So they
That's
don't
the
like
inside.
each other as humans, huh?
Eric
Okay.
is very angry that Andrew jumped in. He finds it appalling that that Andrew would come in and tell the sitting mayor to step down. And Andrew believes that there's no path for Eric to win. So you get those two, and I think at the end there'll be enough pressure by leaders of New York for them to stand up together. And that's my belief.
Well,
We're
Curtis
going to see
Lewa
what
at
happens in September.
22%, but Curtis Lewa at 22% can also be a kingmaker. If he steps away and tells his votes to vote for either one, that's a substantial base as well.
Curtis thinks that everybody should try and compete, and there'll be enough people to run a campaign, and that's what democracy is about, and he's not stepping down. They all talk a big game right now, but when it comes to September, who's going to be the one with blood on their hands to turn over New York City to a socialist? Because they wouldn't play by the rules.
I know. I mean, this is the thing. And now putting on your real estate, your business hat, which I know you always have your ear to the grindstone, what are people saying, if any, would be the impact on commerce, on the economy in New York should Mamdani get in?
Everybody is in panic mode, Lisa. People are calling me by the droves, wanting to my opinion. They want to sell their apartments. And I think it's going to be a tremendous decline. You see, Lisa, this is what I discussed yesterday. The landlords and the companies like J.P. Morgan and Citadel, they already have leases. They're not going anywhere. But if you talk about will there be new business coming? Will there be new tourists coming? Will there be new tech companies coming? No. The answer is no. And if New York doesn't attract new leaders, we will decline.
You know, there's already a lot of substantial competition in the finance world. I'm sure that you know that Texas started a new exchange, and there are many people who believe, and I follow these things online, that New York should not be the home of the Wall Street banking industry anymore, that it should move to a more, quote, business-friendly state. I mean, you'd be surprised how few people it would take to make a decision to take an awful lot of business away from New York City and say goodbye and good luck. 100%.
Well, not really, because you don't forget that these companies already have a footprint. Wells Fargo, BlackRock, they have buildings that they own in New York. So they're not going anywhere. And that's what Mamdani is banking on. But let me tell you, Lisa, tomorrow he wants to take away the rights of billionaires. Maybe the next day he wants to take the rights away of millionaires. Maybe the following day he wants to take away the rights for non-radical Muslims or Christians or Jews. Where does it end? This is called socialism. And one man should not be able to take away the rights and decide who's going to do what. This is called capitalism. We want to preserve it.
Well, that is the key. We're chatting with Suzanne Miller of WABC, the Miller Report. He is fundamentally a person who believes in tearing down the system. He was raised in a family. His father is a post-colonial professor at Columbia. That's all you need to know. He was raised and brainwashed himself, and, he believes that the current system doesn't help enough people and that it's rigged, and therefore it needs to be taken down and rebuilt with on top. My suggestion, Suzanne, is that he go live in a New York City Housing Authority apartment. I think that that's where he belongs. I think after living in one for a year, maybe he'll have a different opinion about socialism. But that's what he should do.
So just to give you a little background, he went to Bronx Science. He grew up in a very lofty, beautiful apartment. Now he claims to pay rent of $2,300 because he's not living with his rich parents. His mother, as we know, was a producer of Monsoon's Wedding and other Indian films, which is what helped him do fantastic social media. A Hollywood producer certainly could do social media with wonderful visuals. And this is what he did. And this has been a long-planned attack to try and bring down democracy. And we're not going to stand for it.
Okay, Suzanne. So your insight about Cuomo and Adams is that right now both of them are in it to win it. They don't like each other, and so they are not likely to hand the baton willingly one to another. Who are the power brokers in New York City that could make this happen? After all, Eric is no longer a Democrat. Who are the power brokers that could force one of them to stand down?
You have Ackman, you have Bloomberg. You have the owners of Jamie Dimon, John Catsimatidis, a lot of people that have a lot to risk if this happens. And unfortunately, Kathy Weil is becoming a little wishy-washy and put together a coalition of the business leaders. Many did not show and walked away from the meeting.
Who is Kathy Weil? What did she do?
She's the head of the business community. I don't know her exact title, but she's in charge of the business forum communities that bring businesses together in New York.
I see. And they didn't show. Interesting.
Well, some showed. People are coming for information, but a lot of people did not show because like Jamie Dimon, did not show because what's the point? There's nothing new that they're going to learn.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying. You feel he has to be taken out now. There's also some work to do with the 18 to 34-year-olds who voted for him. How are you going to convince all these people that they are completely wrong-headed if they're thinking about a future for this country and themselves? I don't know, Suzanne. It's a shock to the system. When I was that age, there's no way I would have voted for somebody who called himself a socialist. Never.
Well,
Never.
Lisa, you have to hear it from these kids' point of view, and I've been going out of my way to talk to the young kids, and your sister actually had the same conversation with a friend of hers son.
I know. I heard
and the issue is this.
Yeah.
If you are 18 to 25 years old, first of all, it's very tough to get a job today. There's more enrollment in law school than ever because people don't know what to do. They can't get jobs. And then 60% of their income, if they do have a job, is going to rent. New York has become extremely unaffordable to the working class people. And that I fault the administration on. I discussed it with Eric Adams yesterday. There's truly not enough affordable housing. Zoran Mamdani was very clever when he offered to freeze rent on 1 million rent-regulated apartments, which are rent-stabilized.
Right.
So if there's 1 million rent-regulated apartments, 2 people live in those apartments.
Yeah, that's 2 million votes. Right.
And there's 1.2 million people that only came out during the primary.
Right.
So they all voted in their pocketbooks. The way to combat this is for one of these guys to roll out a plan to offer housing to all the working families that we need the working families. We need the police. We need the firemen. We need these people to have a place to live, and they don't. And that is why this is what he's appealing to the young people that really are angry, and we need a plan.
Well, one of the things that they could do is they could get rid of that congestion pricing, which people that live in Manhattan that are already rich love. But the fact of the matter is it hurts the working person in a small van who's trying to do some business during the day.
That's not going to do it, Lisa. We're talking about
it's part of, you're talking about concrete details. It's part of what's made life very expensive for working people. It doesn't affect me.
You're the one who always educates me on NYCHA, which is the most rat-infested, worst-run government housing. So why are we taking away private investors, private developers that will do a good job in providing housing, make the developers incentivized to build housing so that we can offer the working class people apartments? We've got 100,000 warehoused apartments in New York. Make it easy for those landlords to put them on the market. This is what needs to be done. Forget about the politics. Incentivize the developers to put products on the market to help the working class people, and then you will not have the youth so angry. And that's my suggestion.
Suzanne Miller, The Miller Report. You can find the podcast. You can see her on WABC. You can listen. She's interviewing all the powers and the movers and the shakers. She's right up there with her ear and eye to the pulse of New York City. Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Lisa. You're the best.
Bye, honey.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through this evening. Scattered showers and thunderstorms through early this afternoon with a high in the low 90s. Heat indices nearing 100 and a breeze out of the southwest. Partly cloudy this evening and tonight. The wind shifting out of the northwest late with a low in the low 70s. Sunny, warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 17th. On this day in 1955, Disneyland opened in Anaheim, California.
To all who come to this happy place, welcome.
In 1984, the minimum drinking age went from 18 to age 21. On the evening of July 17th, TWA Flight 800 crashed into the Atlantic off the coast of Long Island.
We do not yet know what caused Flight 800 to crash, whether it was mechanical failure or sabotage.
And the #1 movie at the box office on this day in 1990 was Ghost.
Tell her she's wearing the shirt that I spilled the margarita on and the earrings I gave her for Christmas.
July 17th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. ICE is getting access to the personal information of all 79 million people enrolled in Medicaid. CBS's Linda Kenyon is at the White House.
An agreement between the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and the Department of Homeland Security now allows direct access to information, including addresses, social security numbers, ethnicity, race, and health information. The disclosure of this information, which had been challenged, will be used to aid immigration officials with deportations. A spokesman with the Department of Homeland Security says the goal is to ensure that, quote, illegal aliens are not receiving Medicaid benefits that are meant for law-abiding Americans.
CBS's Scott McFarland has an update on the Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
A federal judge in Nashville has just set a trial date for Kilmar Abrego Garcia in a human smuggling case for late January 2026. You'll recall in this very long saga of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was deported by mistake from Maryland to El Salvador, that he is now charged by the Department of Justice in Tennessee for a 2021 incident in which he was allegedly conspiring to traffic people.
The bill that would claw back $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting is back in the House after the Senate approved it last night. CBS's Torian Small.
It's expected that this will pass before that Friday deadline. If it does not, then that means this bill is pretty much dead and they'll have to go back to the drawing board, start this process all over again if they can't get it to the president's desk by Friday.
Catherine Mars, the CEO of National Public Radio.
The primary impact of this potential rescission is going to hurt communities where they need support most, which are rural stations.
3 people were killed in an Israeli strike on the only Catholic church in Gaza. The BBC's Yolande Nell is in Jerusalem.
A local church leader said the building had been hit by Israeli tank shelling. Others were injured at the site, including the parish priest, who used to speak regularly to the pontiff's predecessor, Pope Francis. During the war, several hundred displaced people from the local Christian minority have been sheltering in the church compound.
After the attack, Pope Leo again called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Bad news for Steve Miller fans. He has canceled his North American tour, which was supposed to start next month. He cites recent weather disasters like the flooding, tornadoes, and extreme heat. Miller says the risks to his band and fans are unacceptable. Caitlin Clark will miss the WNBA's All-Star Weekend because of her groin injury. Stocks are higher. Dow's up 184. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Adrian Peeler has been released from federal prison after having been granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. State officials have strongly objected to his release since it was announced at the beginning of this year, with Senator Richard Blumenthal telling WTNH-TV News 8 that the pardon was clearly an oversight.
Someone clearly dropped the ball in the Peeler clemency decision.
Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding worried about safety concerns.
In my opinion, it's a threat to public safety.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. A 5-year-old boy who was pulled unresponsive from the water at a Shelton Park remains hospitalized in stable condition. The child apparently entered the water at Indian Wells State Park on Tuesday and was submerged for an undisclosed amount of time. He was rushed to the hospital and soon afterwards was showing positive signs. Shelton police say there has been no change in the boy's condition, and while he's not out of the woods, they remain hopeful. A 33-year-old Bridgeport man has been arrested in connection with a shooting and stabbing in Stamford over a year ago. Police say Martell Ricks is charged with third-degree assault, unlawful restraint, and a weapons offense in connection with the incident in May of last year. One victim was left seriously injured with 3 stab wounds, while the other person was shot in the rear end. Police say others were involved in the incident and more arrests are possible. And a Connecticut teacher is now in the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest career as a science teacher. Kenneth Savage taught science for 55 years before retiring this past June, and his daughter, Sarah, had been working behind the scenes to surprise him with the world record announcement. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Sarah about the announcement.
And it was a lot of fun. It was kind of a fun, almost a joke it started as. And then the more we thought about it, the more we realized how exciting that would be for him.
Mr. Savage plans to spend the retirement with his family, particularly with his 2 granddaughters who are studying education and STEM. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's a tough ride already. Northbound Route 8, jackknife tractor-trailer accident at exit 9 in Shelton. Just one lane gets by about a mile of stop and go. Parkway southbound accident by Route 7 in Norwalk. Delays back to Westport. Further south, it's construction into Stamford and Greenwich. 95, not much better. Stamford, Greenwich, very heavy thanks to earlier construction in Stamford. Construction delays Wilbur Cross into the West Rock Tunnel both directions, and heavy construction delays south on 95 out of East Haven into the Q Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And it's already begun, and I told you the other day when this story popped up, I said, here it comes. And we're talking about this story where an illegal alien in Enfield, he's not a minor, he's 18 years old. I know they're saying, oh, he's a high school student, he doesn't have a record. I don't care. He needs to be booted. ICE needs to come in and boot this guy the hell out of the country. But that probably is not what Connecticut officials want here. Because remember, the Trust Act, as it's written right now, technically does not allow the state police or local Enfield police or anybody who responded to the scene of that accident a few days ago, which almost killed a couple of state troopers. We had that asinine trust act that doesn't allow anybody to hand over somebody who's suspected of being illegal in this state to ICE because we're idiots. The teen is facing driving violation charges in connection with a crash that sent 2 state police troopers to a hospital. Homeland Security has confirmed that federal agents are looking to arrest the teen accused of hitting 2 state troopers with a car that spun out on I-91 in Enfield last week. A senior DHS official telling Fox 61 on Wednesday that Joel Kaiser of Waterbury is not a U.S. citizen and he is from Ecuador. ICE has lodged a detainer for his arrest. That's according to a DHS statement. Kaiser entered the U.S. in 2023, and his attorney is already trying to say, well, he just made a mistake. It was a car accident. No. He hydroplaned doing an estimated 85 miles an hour, injuring a trooper, seriously injuring somebody else. He's not a little kid who needs mommy. He's 18. And he's an illegal. He shouldn't be here, and he's from Guatemala. He attended a virtual arraignment on Wednesday afternoon yesterday. Bond was set at $20,000. He was ordered not to operate motor vehicles while the case is pending. The next court date regarding this case is August the 8th. Now, you watch. I'm telling you, folks, in the next 3 weeks, this guy is going to become the next Kilmar Abrego Garcia. This guy is going to become a celebrity. Oh, he only made a mistake. No. Driving in the rain where you're hydroplaning at allegedly 85 miles an hour, that's not a mistake. That's being a moron. I don't care what language you say it in. I don't know how you say that in Guatemala, what the word in Guatemala is for a moron, but this guy is. And his public defender is already saying, well, he's a high school student in Waterbury. He doesn't have any record. I don't care. He needs to go. And hopefully DHS will boot him the hell out of this state. Troopers Matthew Sari and Christopher Genovese were responding to a previous crash and were on the right shoulder when Kaiser's car hit a pool of standing water and lost control. Well, he lost control, the troopers say, because he was doing 85 miles an hour. And this guy probably knows he's an illegal. He ain't that smart. Really? I'm in the country illegally. What kind of moron is in the country illegally and does 85 miles an hour? Can somebody explain that to me? The vehicle spun out, colliding with a state police vehicle that was on the shoulder. That police vehicle then struck another police vehicle, and a trooper was standing by nearby. The injuries to Genovese were considered serious. Sari had only minor injuries. 3 other people involved in both the initial crash and the subsequent crash also suffered minor injuries. The officers are expected to be okay. Now, thank God. Thank God. But here's the problem. We have this Trust Act, which, again, the Democratic majority in the legislature, the crazy ones, toughened up even more. And what it does is, under Connecticut law, it puts every sort of speed bump, block, wall in front of local law enforcement and state police cooperating with ICE, cooperating with DHS. And I've talked about this in other cases. I get these news releases from DHS. We had a couple of those and ICE a couple of months ago about, convicted sex offenders just being let out of jail. And some of the morons that run this state, they won't hold these people when ICE calls and says, listen, this is a bad guy. We got to get this guy out of here. But no, because they're here for the American dream. So you watch. Folks, I'm telling you, you watch. Keep an eye out on this one because this guy is going to become a cause célèbre. I'm telling you. You watch. as the coverage of this case ramps up even more than it is, and kudos to some of the broadcast outlets in this state who actually say he's an undocumented migrant or an illegal, and some that don't. I'm not going to mention names here, but I'm reading some of these news stories going, what, really? You're leaving out key facts here? Oh, because somebody told you to. But I digress. So apparently this guy's got another hearing coming up in August, and he's not a citizen. He's an illegal who's been here about 2 years, and he's in high school in Waterbury. Okay, fine, I don't care. He's got to go if he's found guilty of the charges, obviously. But you watch, they are already trying to frame it, and they, meaning the usual suspects, people in the media, and I'm sure they're going to have the migrants' rights groups are going to start coming out now and saying, well, he just made a mistake. It was raining. They'll blame it on the weather, almost killing 2 state police troopers when you're an illegal from Guatemala who shouldn't be here driving 85 miles an hour in tricky weather. Oh, but, he didn't mean anything. And they saw him, and they did the virtual video hookup for his court appearance. He looks like he's crying and sobbing. Hey, too bad, pal. Bye-bye. See you later. But here's what you have to watch. And I'll tell you what you have to watch coming up. Because at least half of the General Assembly in Hartford, they will try and fight this. They will try to put up every roadblock they can to prevent DHS and ICE. Now, remember, this guy didn't... We're not talking about swiping a box of candy bars here. We're not talking about, stealing a couple of gallons of gasoline. We're talking about a situation that a couple of inches either way, a couple of miles an hour either way, you could have had 2 dead state police troopers, or at least 1 dead trooper and 1 critically injured trooper. But again, you watch, and again, some of the stuff behind this case is, I'm telling you, it's already falling into place here. Oh, leave him alone. He's traumatized. Yeah. Back with more after this right here as we move along on a Thursday edition of WICC.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hey Yankees fans, arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 9th for our Old Timers Day, commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2000 Yankees winning the Subway Series, presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. Get your Saturday, August 9th Old Timers Day tickets commemorating the 25th anniversary of the 2000 Yankees, presented by Fresh Direct at yankees.com/tickets today.
Craving a delicious meal? Head to Frankie's Diner, the go-to spot for comfort food at 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport. For over 90 years, Frankie's has been serving diner classics using the freshest ingredients, open 7 days a week and 24/7 on the weekends. Whether you're an early bird, hungry for lunch, or a night owl, enjoy Frankie's. Plus, party rooms available for your next family or office event. Become part of the Frankie's family. Frankie's Diner, 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Better news on Route 8. The jackknife tractor-trailer accident cleared near Exit 9 in Shelton. Still a lot of construction. Southbound on the Parkway, heavy into Norwalk thanks to an earlier crash. And then you have delays into Stamford and Greenwich with construction. 95's not much better heading south. Jammed up from Norwalk down into Stamford. Northbound into Westport as well. Route 8's not too bad. And Parkway still has construction by the West Rock Tunnel, both directions into Hamden. Traffic brought to you by Abriola Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in the community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at abriola.com. Your peace of mind starts here. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I am telling you, this 18-year-old guy who almost killed a couple of state police troopers in Enfield the other day, who is an illegal, undocumented, unaccounted for, unreliable, whatever euphemism you want to use. He is going to become a cause célèbre for the far left in this state. He had a virtual court appearance yesterday. They tell me somebody sent me some information saying he's next due in court on the 6th of August, and we'll see what happens. He faced a judge virtually. Joel Kaiser appeared virtually, facing charges of reckless driving, driving too fast, failure to maintain an established lane, and operating a car without a license. Now, DHS, Homeland Security, says we're coming after this guy. They've already said it, according to what I'm reading here. They saw what happened. Somebody probably got a hold of him. Maybe in the state police. You can't do that technically under Connecticut law. I don't know. So watch what I'm telling you. You watch what happens here. Because as the Republican caucus points out here in the state, and I've mentioned this before to you folks, and a lot of you folks are amazed when I tell you this. Do you know that even in a situation like this, where some kid almost kills a couple of state troopers driving 85 miles an hour, allegedly in some pretty bad weather the other night, because he's an illegal, the state of Connecticut cannot call DHS in here and say get rid of him. Now, the dummies in Hartford will tell you, well, it's because, border security is a federal purvey and not a local purvey. Okay, now these are the same people that try and write different gun laws. A lot of them are found unconstitutional, so they like the federal government when they like the feds. They hate the feds when the feds guarantee the Second Amendment. So a lot of the people in Hartford are feckless, too. So several members of the Connecticut Republican Senate caucus, quite properly, sent out a news release the other day saying, quote, remember that Connecticut is a super sanctuary state. A law passed by Democrats prohibits local and state law enforcement from working with the feds for violent crimes on certain immigration issues, even terrorism. So I'm telling you, you watch this, folks. You watch this. I am telling you, this kid, do I feel bad for him? Yeah, sort of, but not really. The Republican caucus said, quote, now we learn the person who nearly killed our state troopers is here illegally, but under state law, Connecticut authorities are prohibited from turning him over to immigration despite his arrest. You hear that, folks? Connecticut authorities, this is a kid who almost kills two state troopers, who is here illegally, who should now get the hell out. And he's not a kid. He's a man. He's 18. Oh, what of his family here? I don't care. You drove 85 miles an hour in horrendous rain. If you had any business, any brains, you would have slowed down to maybe 50 or 55 and turned on your flashers, gotten past the scene of this accident, and drove with two hands on the wheel. On top of that, taxpayers are forced to spend hundreds of millions of dollars subsidizing people in the U.S. and Connecticut who are here illegally. But again, not only is the Trust Act still here, which prohibits any local cooperation from law enforcement to the feds, Democrats in Hartford made it even more difficult for law enforcement to cooperate. So do you understand something here? If the federal government, not just under President Trump, but anybody, if even under the Biden years, if they were to call and say, hey, can you hold this guy for us? Because once his criminal case is done, we want to boot this guy. Do you know Connecticut law doesn't allow our fine men and women in law enforcement, local law enforcement, and state troopers doing that? Why is that? So Connecticut lawmakers, primarily on the Democratic side, they value the lives and liberty of immigrants, illegals, more than they do the residents and citizens of this state that are duly deputized to protect us on the state police level and on the local police level. If you don't believe me, look up the Trust Act. And I kind of thought this was a possibility. I didn't get too much into it over the past couple of days, but now, technically now, maybe if Governor Ned Lamont is smart, maybe if he gets a little wink and nod from the state police or the Enfield cops, maybe he says, hey, call ICE on this guy. But there is a chance, and I'm crossing my fingers here, there is a chance that even with the violence of this accident, to which, thank God, one state trooper wasn't injured too badly, the other has some pretty significant injuries, they say he's eventually going to recover. But even with that, and even with the fact that the alleged driver here is an illegal from Guatemala who shouldn't be here, he might get to stay. What do you think of that? And I know all his family, they just came. I don't care. I don't care. It's a question of common sense. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should Connecticut law allow more cooperation between local law enforcement and federal officials when it comes to criminal cases? Because right now there is a fear here that's palpable that this 18-year-old who made decisions to do what he did, he wasn't 11 or 12, he was 18, allegedly doing 85 miles an hour in the rain. But the fact that he's an illegal, it may not matter. Hey, stay here for the American dream. Come on. Come on. But again, we're insulted this way by the Democratic majority in Hartford every couple of years. And shame on you people for voting for them again and again and again. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still a lot of construction delays across Fairfield County, southbound on the Parkway. Busy coming out of Norwalk down through New Canaan, heavy into Stamford thanks to late-running construction. Also northbound building into Westport, we have some delays up by the mall in Trumbull. That's construction. South on 95, jam pretty heavy. Norwalk down to Stamford with earlier construction. Route 8's really not too bad. Still working the construction on the Parkway by the West Rock Tunnel. 84 volume through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Who should you trust when it comes to your biggest investment? Someone local who's invested in the community and you. I'm Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti Real Estate, and we're a family-owned business and have been serving the area since 1986. At Carbuti Real Estate, whether you need a cash offer or a more traditional listing, we're always the right place for you. Call me, Jonathan Carbuti, at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A new agreement will give ICE access to the personal information of all 79 million Medicaid recipients. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
A spokesman with the Department of Homeland Security says the goal is to ensure that, quote, illegal aliens are not receiving Medicaid benefits that are meant for law-abiding Americans.
The Senate Judiciary Committee advanced the nomination of Emile Beauvais, President Trump's former personal lawyer, for federal appellate judge. Democrats, including Connecticut's Richard Blumenthal, walked out of the meeting.
The through line here is cover-up. Cover-up on Epstein, cover-up on the firing of lawyers, cover-up on the lack of qualifications of these nominees.
Retail sales rose 0.6% in June after dropping in May. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Spending increased in all categories, including food and beverage and cars and clothing. The only pullbacks occurred in furniture and electronics store sales.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Adrian Peeler has been released from federal prison after having been granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with a murder in the 1999 killing of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. State officials have strongly objected to his release since it was announced at the beginning of this year, with Senator Richard Blumenthal telling WTNH-TV News 8 that the pardon was clearly an oversight.
Someone clearly dropped the ball in the Peeler clemency decision.
Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding worried about safety concerns.
In my opinion, it's a threat to public safety.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. A Bridgeport police officer who has been arrested multiple times in the last year has been fired by the department. Donnie Soto was arrested in Bridgeport and in Derby on charges that include harassment and stalking. Chief Roderick Porter is confirming that Soto was terminated this week after an internal investigation and an administrative hearing. It was found that Soto violated multiple department procedures and policies relating to conduct. A West Haven man has been arrested and charged with stealing wheels off vehicles at a car dealership in Westport. Police say 23-year-old Daryl Rodriguez took the rims and tires from 3 vehicles at Honda of Westport on Post Road East in October of last year. The vehicles were later found suspended on milk crates with the wheels missing. Rodriguez is charged with second-degree larceny and conspiracy and is free after posting a $75,000 bond. The red-spotted lanternfly is back in Connecticut, and the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is asking residents to kill it on site and report where you see them. The invasive insect has been in Connecticut for several years now and is very harmful to local trees and fruit crops, particularly vineyards. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is also warning that the water in some state parks may be contaminated with a toxic algae bloom. The algae is a naturally occurring microscopic organism that presents as a bright green circle on the surface of the water and can cause itching if it comes into contact with the skin. If ingested, the algae can cause gastrointestinal issues and even liver damage in severe cases. The Shelton Fire Department says an off-duty police officer rescued a person from a burning car on Monday. Fire department officials say they got the call just before 11 a.m. Monday and found a car on its side with heavy fire coming from the vehicle. Officials say off-duty Shelton police officer Roger Falcone happened to be on scene and was able to remove the occupant from the vehicle before they were injured. The department says if not for Falcone's quick action, the outcome could have been, quote, significantly different. The University of New Haven is receiving a $5 million grant to help its athletic programs transition to NCAA Division I. The $5 million gift from donor Jeffrey Hazel is designed to help improve athletic facilities at the college in West Haven. UNH officials officially became a Division I school and joined the Northeast Conference on July 1st. Officials say the money will be used to retrofit locker rooms and to expand the school's playing and training facilities. And the extreme heat and humidity continued today in Connecticut. The National Weather Service has continued a heat advisory for much of the state until tonight. The service warns that the conditions could cause heat-related illnesses with temperatures in the 90s and a heat index of around 100 degrees. Medical experts are also reminding parents and pet owners to not leave anyone behind in a parked car.
There is no safe amount of time. The statistics say more than just a couple of minutes because the temperature inside the car rises much more than the temperature outside. And so if it's like 95 degrees outside, in 15 minutes, it'll reach 115 degrees inside the car.
Cooler air will move into the region tomorrow with highs expected to be around 85 degrees. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still a lot of construction delays across Fairfield County, southbound on the Parkway. Busy coming out of Norwalk down through New Canaan, heavy into Stamford thanks to late running construction. Also northbound building into Westport. We have some delays up by the mall in Trumbull. That's construction. South on 95 jam pretty heavy. Norwalk down to Stamford with earlier construction. Route 8's really not too bad. Still working the construction on the Parkway by the West Rock Tunnel. 84 volume through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So apparently Operation Clam Up is already underway with those top-ranking state Democrats regarding this kid who came too close to killing a couple of state police troopers the other day. The kid's an illegal. All right, undocumented, uncounted, on this or that. He's an illegal. He's from Guatemala, and he's not a kid. He's 18. He's 18. Joe Alexander Kaiser Nishue. He's 18. He's from Ecuador, and he's an illegal. And apparently he was allegedly driving what the cops said was about 85 miles an hour on 91 in Enfield the other night. He hit a cruiser, which hit another vehicle, one state police trooper with minor to moderate injuries, the other with pretty bad injuries, but I guess they're going to be okay. And kudos to the Hartford Courant and other outlets in the state, unlike some other outlets, but at least some outlets in the state are saying that this kid is an illegal. So now what's going to happen here? Because all these outlets see what's coming down the pike that I'm warning you about. The Democratic powers that be are in a tough position now because, you have to understand this, they strengthened a law a couple of months ago that legally in Connecticut, would prevent the state police and would prevent the local police in Enfield or whatever town this happened in from cooperating with Homeland Security. DHS and Homeland Security has apparently, according to one story we're seeing here, already contacted, said, hey, you want to work with us to get rid of this kid. Now, again, legally, the Democratic majority wants to protect illegal criminals. They do. That's why they passed this. And if you think that's a little too much, take a look at some of the people that ICE has asked for a detainer here in Connecticut on, and the prison system won't hurt him, won't hold him. There was a sexual predator about 4 or 5 months ago that was getting released from a prison in the northern part of the state, and Homeland Security said, hey, can you just hold this guy? We want to deport him. He's a bad dude, and officials in Connecticut could not do that because of the Trust Act. In fact, they were threatened by the Democratic powers that be not to do it. So think about this. This is the kind of universe that the Democratic majority lives in Connecticut, in Hartford. Well, you're always saying Democrats, Paul. Yeah, truth hurts, doesn't it? Truth sucks, doesn't it? You don't see the Republicans sitting there going, oh, this is a great idea. So according to the Hartford Courant, the Courant, I guess, reran the statement or alluded to the statement put out by the Senate Republican caucus that I read parts of it to. And here's what the Hartford Courant writes, quote, spokespersons for Governor Ned Lamont, as well as Senate President Pro Tem Martin Looney of New Haven and Majority Leader Bob Duff of Norwalk, did not immediately respond to emails seeking comment, unquote. That's shocking, isn't it? If you're in Norwalk and you see Bob Duff on the street, say, hey, Bob, good to see you. Should we boot that kid out of the country? Should we boot him the hell out, the kid that almost killed 2 state police troopers? See what he says, because that's what it comes down to. So I'm not going to lay off of this, and neither are a bunch of other hosts in the state. I already know that. It's a simple question. If an illegal alien almost kills a couple of state police troopers, should he or she get the boot or not? It's not hard. I say yes. You shouldn't be here anyway. Well, you know, Paul, no, I don't know. Tell me. Explain to me, Lucy. Tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Kaiser Nishue was charged with reckless driving, traveling too fast for conditions, failure to maintain a lane, and operating a motor vehicle without a license. You watch. I'm telling you, this is good. This could be a defining case for the election next year. And the governor's office isn't saying anything about it. Not like it just happened. It happened a couple of days ago. Bob Duff isn't saying anything about it. Martin Looney's not saying anything about it. And I got to tell you something. If they clam up here and they try to explain this away, again, this is not somebody stealing a candy bar. This is not somebody vandalizing a basketball rim, okay? This is a guy, an illegal, who came here illegally 2 years ago, who was driving way too fast for conditions, according to what state police say, and he almost killed 2 state troopers. And you watch, oh man, buy the popcorn for this. DHS, apparently, according to Fox 61 here, has already contacted the state saying, hey, you're going to hand this guy over to us, right? So let's see how Ned Lamont, how Bob Duff, how Matt Ritter, how Martin Looney respond to this. And I tell you, if they try to run interference for this guy, no pun intended, if they try to run interference for this guy, the Republicans better pounce on this. They had better. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Northbound 95, it's about a half hour to go Stamford up to Norwalk, and another half hour to go Norwalk up to Bridgeport, heavy by Sherwood Island. Parkway northbound's 40 minutes at least from Route 7 getting up to the Route 8 ramps in Trumbull. Route 8 still not too bad. If you're heading south, still jammed pretty heavy out of Darien into Stamford on 95. And then southbound Parkway, the construction's still there in Stamford and Greenwich with heavy delays. Not too bad. Parkway, New Haven County, except with construction up by the West Rock Tunnel, 95 building West Haven into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, I'm warning you, we have a moment coming here in the next couple of weeks that could go a long way to defining the governor's race next year. What am I talking about? Well, again, first of all, thank God both of these Connecticut State Police troopers are going to make it. These are the two troopers that were injured, one more severely than the other, when an illegal alien, an 18-year-old kid who goes to high school in Waterbury but has no previous record, like we should care, right? Apparently, this kid was driving with other people in a car in a rainstorm about 80 or 85 miles an hour. Hydroplanes, which we've all done from time to time, spun out, ran into two police vehicles, one severely injured, one cop, one with minor injuries there. But it turns out that the alleged perpetrator here, this 18-year-old, is an illegal from Guatemala. So DHS, Homeland Security, has already confirmed that federal agents want to arrest the teen accused of hitting two state police troopers with his car. Now, you would say, well, that's a no-brainer, Paul. It's not here in Connecticut because we have this Trust Act. And the Trust Act in the past has actually shielded perverts. A guy who was released from a jail in northern Connecticut, he was released. He was back on the street, And ICE had to come in and look for this guy on the street because local officials are prohibited from holding people for ICE. That's how backwards we are in this state. ICE called a few weeks ago and said, hey, this is a bad dude. So we hear his sentences up. Just hold him. We're going to send a couple of people there to get him. And the state of Connecticut said no. They let this guy back on the streets because of their perverse fascination with illegals here. Thank you, you Democrats in state Hartford, in the state capital in Hartford. So let's watch what happens now over the next couple, 3 weeks, because DHS already says, hold this guy for us. We're coming to get him. Now, how's this going to play out with an election next year? I'm just saying. Kelly in Stratford's here to lead us off. Kelly, how are you? What's up?
I'm good, Paul. So yesterday when you were talking about this, you said something about, should he be deported or go to jail?
Yeah.
Well, deport him, because why would we want to pay for him to be in jail?
Well, exactly.
Hello. Wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, and how do we change this law so that why don't they make a referendum or something? So
no,
that we
you
can
can't. Kelly, Connecticut does not have initiative and referendum. I agree with you. Many other states do. We do not. And we'll never get it because the ruling class in Hartford would never give people that power. It's been suggested before. We're never going to get it. Never.
Shame on them.
And the way we change this, Kelly, I don't mean to be simplistic here. You got to elect more Republicans. You just do. This Trust Act that you're referring to is a manifestation of a liberal love affair with illegals.
It's insanity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And no person that I ever speak to, nobody thinks this is the right way to go. Everybody's against it. So how come they're not, we vote for them, we send them up there, and then they don't do what we ask?
Frankly, Kelly, because a lot of people just don't pay attention. They may hear, oh, yeah, they're working on the budget, or they hear, taxes perks up their ears. Speeding cameras go, oh, really? They're going to allow speeding cameras. But when you talk about, immigration law and stuff like that, and you're right, Kelly, they should pay attention. People just don't pay attention. Or, Kelly, over the years, as I found out, they vote for the name. They just don't get into the issues,
I don't know.
I know. I could tell you're speechless.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Yeah, Kelly's exasperated, and you should be. There's a good Connecticut voter there going, what are you, nuts, Pacelli? What are you talking about? We can't cooperate with immigration officials. No, folks, I'll give you a little homework assignment tomorrow and over the weekend. Look up, and believe me, get a coffee and a nice bagel with a schmear on it, or a nice hunk of Entenmann's cake. Oh, God. Get some of that. And look up on the internet, Google the Connecticut Trust Act, Trust. Connecticut Trust Act, and just read. You will have 2 or 3 hours worth of stuff to read. And about 10 minutes in, you're going to be going, are you blanking kidding me? Now, the reason that is given, Ken, hang on, I'll be right to you. The reason that is given, if you confront a Democratic lawmaker and say, hey, what are you doing interfering with ICE and DHS if they want to get rid of bad people? The line they use, and you hear this from local police too, the line you're given is, well, if we meaning the cops, they say, well, if we in any way, shape, or form cooperate with ICE or Homeland Security, then we lose the trust of the migrant community, and they won't tip us off to other criminals. That's what they say. I don't know. I'm not a cop. I don't play one on television. But to our last caller, like, what's the justification for that? That's the said justification. In the words of Elton John, don't shoot me, I'm just the piano player. Ken in Bridgeport. Ken, how are you, man? What's up?
Hey, Paul, how's it going? Yeah, it's minor that caused the accident with the troopers. I mean, it just shows immaturity, like driving without a license, and plus with these kids doing these, street takeovers and stuff. What they're going to do, they're going to ruin it for young kids that are good to try to get their license at 16 or 18. They're going to probably change it to 21, just like the beer, alcohol. It used to be 18 in Connecticut many years, way before my time, but it used to be 18. Now it's 21. Now they want to change, young people getting, pistol permits from 18 to 21. Now they're probably going to do that in the future. These, street takeovers.
Yeah, you're right.
Maturity drivers.
Here's what they'll do, Ken, and thank you. Instead of focusing on the fact that this guy shouldn't be here, I'm sorry. He just came for a better. I don't care. You jumped the line. You shouldn't be here. Instead of confronting that, yeah, Ken's right. They'll come up with some ancillary thing. Well, the answer to this is not to discriminate against migrants. The answer to this is to wait until, what's the favorite the left always uses? Well, the brain is not fully developed till 25. Yeah, okay. Let's go to that one again. Dave in Branford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, quick hit, Paul. During the Biden era, we would not have even been able to find out that he was an illegal alien. They would have sat on that in an attitude that was too cute by half. The arresting officers would not release his immigration status, and definitely the Biden DHS would not have verified if he was illegal or not.
Of course not.
And so the fact that we're even talking about it is an improvement.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's nearly enough, but I appreciate your putting a spotlight on it, and we all can know that he's an illegal alien and use that information to change things for the better.
Yeah.
And that was my whole point. Thanks for letting me on.
Dave, always good to hear from you there. Dave from beautiful downtown Branford, where my mom lived in her latter years, quite nicely, in fact. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, so DHS knows about this guy. And Dave, thank you. That's a very valid point. DHS in the Biden years, they would have been like, oh, geez, do we go after this guy? Well, no. The Trump DHS says, hey, hold him, we're coming to get him. So let's wait and see, kids. I'm telling you, let's wait and see how Governor Lamont reacts to this, how Martin Looney reacts to this, how Bob Duff reacts to this, Jason Rojas, Matt Ritter. Now the DHS says we're coming. And again, in the past, even post-Trump, it hasn't been that long for Trump 2.0, but in the past, DHS has told prison officials here in the state, hey, that guy that you just let go, or that guy that's going to be released on, sex trafficking charge or thing like that, hold him for us. We want to get rid of him. And there was a case, I'll look it up for you here. There was a case where a really bad dude was, or as the president likes to say, a bad hombre. He was allowed back on the street because Connecticut has this maniacal, borderline, sacramental obsession with not cooperating with the feds and immigration. Because a lot of people in the state need that cheap, off-the-book labor to cut their lawn. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Most northbound construction picked up 95. We'll call it 25 minutes. Stamford to Norwalk. Still about 30 to 35 from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Southbound Parkway still very heavy. Stamford Greenwich. That's the construction that's still out there. Northbound busy now into Westport. And again on the Fairfield side, Route 8 looks pretty good. They wrapped up the construction by the West Rock Tunnel. 95 busy. Milford up to West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Connecticut Boating Certificates and Fine Fettle, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, Karen in Ansonia, hang on. We'll be to you right out of the news, Karen. I want to give you enough time to make your point. We only have about 40 seconds here, but we're talking now about Homeland Security telling Connecticut, hey, we're going to want to arrest this kid, or at least look into this kid who was apparently an illegal 18-year-old from Guatemala who came here about 2 years ago, goes to school in Waterbury, who almost killed 2 state police troopers the other night in Enfield. Now, again, is Connecticut going to cooperate here because a law, passed by the Democratic majority in Hartford does not allow Connecticut law enforcement to work with the feds on bouncing dangerous illegals. Nothing yet from the Democratic leadership in Hartford on this, or Governor Lamont.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. There's new information on President Trump's health.
I'm Linda Kenyon at the White House. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump has been experiencing some swelling in his legs and that doctors performed extensive tests and found nothing unusual.
Chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
In addition, Leavitt said bruising on the president's hand is due to handshaking and the use of aspirin.
A new agreement gives ICE access to Medicaid records. Here's Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
This will certainly deter other people from getting medical care, but it's a question of whether it is in compliance with what the privacy understandings were when people went to get their medical services through Medicaid.
California's economy could take a big hit from the Fed's mass deportation policies.
The study shows that mass deportations could strip more than $275 billion from the state's economy because undocumented immigrants make up 8% of California's workforce. Abby Royce is with the Bay Area Council Economic Institute. She says the biggest impacts would be in the ag industry and construction.
Without those workers, you're not building homes, you're not harvesting crops, and prices skyrocket for everyone.
John Baird for CBS News, Los Angeles.
The bill that would cancel $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting is back in the House after the Senate approved it last night. White House Budget Director Russell Vogt.
We're looking forward to the House blessing the Senate package. I'm not worried about it. We need to get it done and get it across the finish line, but very historic moment.
A fired federal prosecutor has sent a letter to her now former colleagues.
Maureen Comey writes, if a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant. She worked as a federal prosecutor in Manhattan on cases against Jeffrey Epstein and most recently Sean Diddy Combs. Comey, daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, said in her note that there was no reason given for her termination. It's raising an alarm over a disregard for civil service protections designed to prevent terminations for political reasons. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Good news if you're house hunting.
The National Association of Home Builders reports that 38% of builders slashed prices in July, the highest percentage in the 3 years it's been tracking that metric, with the average price cut remaining at 5% for the 9th consecutive month. Buyer traffic weakened in the association's July Home Builder Sentiment Index, prompting more builders to lower prices in a growing buyer's market.
Reporter Jason Brooks. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Adrian Peeler has been released from federal prison after having been granted clemency by former President Joe Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. State officials have strongly objected to his release since it was announced at the beginning of this year, with Senator Richard Blumenthal telling WTNH-TV News 8 that the pardon was clearly an oversight.
Someone clearly dropped the ball in the Peeler clemency decision.
Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding worried about safety concerns.
In my opinion, it's a threat to public safety.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. The red-spotted lanternfly is back in Connecticut, and the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is asking residents to kill it on site and report where you see it. The invasive insect has been in Connecticut for several years now and is very harmful to local trees and fruit crops, particularly vineyards. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is warning that the water in some state parks may be contaminated with a toxic algae bloom. The algae is a naturally occurring microscopic organism that presents as a bright green circle on the surface of the water and can cause itching if it comes into contact with the skin. If ingested, the algae can cause gastrointestinal issues and even liver damage in severe cases. A 5-year-old boy who was pulled unresponsive from the water at a Shelton Park remains hospitalized in stable condition. The child apparently entered the water at Indian Wells State Park on Tuesday and was submerged for an undisclosed amount of time. He was rushed to the hospital and soon afterwards was showing positive signs. Shelton police say there has been no change in the boy's condition, and while he's not out of the woods, they remain hopeful. And a Connecticut teacher is now in the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest career as a science teacher. 76-year-old Kenneth Savage taught science for 55 years before retiring this past June, and his daughter, Sarah, has been working behind the scenes to surprise him with the world record announcement. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Sarah about the announcement.
And it was a lot of fun. It was kind of a fun, almost a joke it started as. And then the more we thought about it, the more we realized how exciting that would be for him.
Mr. Savage plans to spend his retirement with family, particularly with his 2 granddaughters who are studying education and STEM. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Most northbound construction picked up 95. We'll call it 25 minutes. Stamford to Norwalk. Still about 30 to 35 from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Southbound Parkway still very heavy. Stamford Greenwich, that's the construction that's still out there. Northbound busy now into Westport, and again on the Fairfield side. Route 8 looks pretty good. They wrapped up the construction by the West Rock Tunnel. 95 busy. Milford up to West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I'm telling you, I'm begging you to become an educated voter here and keep your eye on a major case that's developing here in the state, and a case that will tell you a lot about how much the majority Democratic Party in this case cares about you and your safety and who they value more. Citizens of this state are illegals, and I hate to have to put it that way, but look, I've been following this stuff for 41 or 42 years. I've seen a lot of it. And I ain't going to pull punches now. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security confirming that federal agents want to arrest the teen. And by the way, he's 18. He's an adult by U.S. law. So I know a lot of these news outlets, but well, he's just a teen. No, by the reports I'm seeing, he's 18. So can we cut it out with that here already? Well, he's just a teen. His brain isn't fully developed. Please spare me that. To arrest a teen accused of hitting two state police troopers with a car that spun out on I-91 in Enfield last week. A senior DHS official telling Fox 61 Wednesday that Joel Caiza of Waterbury is not a U.S. citizen and he is from Ecuador. Now, you may say, well, what's the big deal? They just come in and they get rid of him. No, Connecticut has a law that prohibits direct cooperation between state and local law enforcement and the feds. So, as in past cases, I'm going to tell you about a past case here, to where the majority in Hartford carries this to some sort of worshiping end here. How will they react to this? So far, nothing from Governor Lamont. So far, nothing from Bob Duff. So far, nothing from Mark Looney. Going to be interesting, isn't it? Karen in Ansonia's been hanging on. Hey, Karen, how are you? What's up?
Hi, Paul. I had two questions.
Yeah.
One is part of this some reluctance or inability or whatever on the part of Homeland Security to just do the legwork to keep track of who's where and when they're going to get released so that they can just show up there and as they walk out, pick them up?
They tried that, Karen, in a couple of other cases here in the state. And that was, I think, the defense the state had used, Karen, in a previous case. I'm going to pull up that case in a minute. There was a guy who had like some pretty heinous charges against him, right? And his as I recall the story, I got to find the release here from Homeland Security. His jail time was up. So I guess Homeland Security called the state and say, hey, can you just hold this guy for a day or so? We're coming to get him. Now, the state said, well, no, why don't you get here first, whatever. And it ended up being a you-know-what match between both sides.
Well, that's leads to my second question,
yeah.
which is whether the state might be concerned that they get stuck hanging on to people sitting around waiting for Homeland Security to decide when they're going to show up and get them. And the state's on the hook for taking care of these people in the meantime. Might be,
or you can be cynical like me and say that the state doesn't want to do anything to upset the migrant community. That's Karen, and thank you for the call, Karen. I do appreciate it. And thank you. I will bring that story up. I'm going to take a break now. And now that we're fresh off the discussion of that, there was a previous case here that I said, if this keeps happening, people ain't going to be happy. I'll talk about that case coming up right here on WICC.
You know Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
For 135 years, Spectre Furniture on Main Street, Ansonia has been more than a store. They've been a tradition. Crafted with care and built to last, Spectre's American-made furniture and mattresses blend timeless quality with modern comfort. From generation to generation, Spectre's has furnished homes with warmth and style. Come celebrate 135 years of excellence. Visit Spectre Furniture in Ansonia today, where quality stands the test of time. Main Street, Ansonia. SpectreFurniture.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
This is your Optimum Beach Report.
The max UV index going to remain very high at 9. The air remains poor with a 62 AQI. The beach and pool report comes in great with a chance of rain at 41%.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, about 25 minutes. Stamford up to Norwalk, and about, we'll call it a half hour to 40 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Pretty heavy at Sherwood Island. Finally, they cleared the construction southbound in Stamford. Still a little bit heavy southbound out of New Canaan. Northbound, it's 40 minutes now. Very heavy from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport, and again, 40 minutes to get up to Bridgeport. Route 8, busier up by the Commodore Hull Bridge. Westbound 84, accident in Danbury at Super 7. Delays out of Newtown. We're sponsored by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back, and only on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, so still no response to inquiries led by the Hartford Current asking Governor Ned Lamont or State Senate Majority Leader, Democratic Leader Bob Duff, or the State Senate President Pro Tem Mark Looney, hey, what are your thoughts on this illegal alien, an 18-year-old who almost killed a couple of state police troopers the other night? You're going to allow ICE to come in and get him? Because DHS and Homeland Security have said, well, we're going to come in and get this guy. Now, will the state actively turn him over? Because there was a case recently, and this is the case, and thanks to our last caller, who asked me something that made me think about this other case. There was a case kind of previous to this where no matter how heinous this dirtbag was, Connecticut would not cooperate with ICE or DHS. Now, this is from a few months ago. This is from, no, actually, it's only from January. Okay, I thought it was last year. This is an Immigration and Customs Enforcement news release. Now, this is how maniacally devoted the Democrats in Hartford are to illegals here. And I don't know any other way to put it here, but I'm just going to read you what I said. And a lot of you, like some of our earlier callers, I can't believe this happens. It does. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and removal operations in Boston arrested Sanjay Sivan Walsh, a Jamaican national convicted of sexually assaulting 2 kids and tampering with evidence back on December 17th of last year. The 28-year-old served a 21-month sentence in Enfield's Willard Cebulski Correctional Institute. That's the jail up in Enfield. The jail declined to honor an ICE detainer against him and released him to the public. So what ICE does is they file a detainer order saying, hey, hold him until we can get there or until we get the proper paperwork. And they didn't. So ICE is saying, look, we knew this guy was getting out, but technically we have to ask the state of Connecticut to hold this guy for us to take him, and they won't do it. This is from Patricia Hyde, Hyde, a field office director for the ICE office in Boston. Quote, now again, this is not the case we're talking about now with this 18-year-old who allegedly ran into these police vehicles. But I'm just showing you how maniacally stupid this Trust Act is. Here's what Patricia Hyde of ICE said, quote, Mr. Walsh was convicted of committing unspeakable crimes against 2 children, and he was sentenced to prison for it. ERO Boston lodged an immigration detainer against him so our officers could safely arrest him upon his release. But, and here it is, folks, the Connecticut Department of Corrections refused to honor the detainer. Our officers had to arrest Mr. Walsh in the community after his release from prison, even though he was convicted of terrible crimes against children and is removable from the U.S. based on his convictions. The state of Connecticut Superior Court convicted him of 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault and a conspiracy to tamper with evidence back in June of 2023. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, suspended all but the 1 year and 9 months he served. So not only did the state of Connecticut actively block ICE from scooping up and tossing this dirtbag out of the country, whatever judge did this, I don't know, they suspended most of the sentence. Again, this guy's not knocking over grocery stores or banks. Sex crimes against kids. Folks, I don't know what to tell you. This is what the Democrats in Hartford do when they have loose time on their hands, when they're not figuring out how to tax us to death and spend the state's money to death. Now, of course, this doesn't happen in red states. ICE contacts red states, and they say, sure, come on in, send your boys and girls in. We'll hold this guy for you, and we'll do a transfer when you get here, whatever. So as to our last caller, yeah, this happens all the time in blue states. Doesn't happen in red states. So this is the kind of stuff you have to think about come next election day in November of 2026. I'm serious. And I'm serious. if Ned Lamont is not the Democrat here, if he gets supplanted by Susan Bisowitz or William Tong or anybody else or Josh Elliott, you think it's bad now. Ned Lamont will look like Ronald Wilson Reagan compared to what's going on now. But again, if I was doing a show in a red state or even some purplish states, this wouldn't even be an issue. But it is an issue here, and now kudos to some of the media outlets here because they smell a story here, and it's interesting now that the Republicans have put out this rough and tumble press release, which they should have. And let's see what the governor says. Governor, should we turn this guy over to ICE or Homeland Security? Bob Duff, Norwalk's own. Bob, are you in favor of turning this guy over? Right? Martin Looney, you in favor of turning this guy over? Jason Rojas, how about you? Matt Ritter, how about you? What would your dad have done? I don't know. So there you go. This is that case I remember. I was able to find it in an archived news release here. 28-year-old, served 21 months up in Enfield. ICE said, listen, you cannot release this guy back on the streets. But we did. So there you go. And to one of our previous callers who said, well, can't they just be there when they release him? In other words, I don't think they have to say by law when they're actually opening the door for a guy like or gal like him. So this is why ICE is proactive, and the feds say, hey, okay, we understand, we see in our records, this is a bad dude, he's not a citizen, we want to get him out of here. But again, because of the Trust Act here in Connecticut, which handcuffs law enforcement in many cases, they won't say anything because then they'll be, the unions will come after him, the immigration groups will come after him. It'll be a freaking mess. Mark in New Haven is here. Mark, what's up with you today?
Why doesn't Trump just put up a wall that he promised the last 9 years? That would stop a lot of those.
Well, I don't think he really needs it now because I gave you those figures yesterday. It's all the amount of crossings at the border is off by like 95%, Mark. This is the residual from the Biden years. This is what we're dealing with here. That's what we got.
Well, 5%'s a lot, though.
Well, it is. It is. I mean, by the end of this year, it still could be about 800,000. Yeah. Well, you know what's going to happen, Mark? If he builds the wall again, which I think he actually is, he's fortifying parts of the wall. But you know what's going to happen? All the lawsuits, right? The lawsuits will start. Oh, my God. What are we doing, Mark? It's not nice. It's not nice, Mark.
And I heard in the commercial it said that Chris said that we're supposed to kill all red-spotted lanternflies.
Yes.
What are we supposed to do? Kill the fireflies now?
No, these are this is an invasive species. Apparently, the red-spotted lantern you can see them. They're huge. They look like huge ladybugs. They're bad. All the entomologists say these are bad news. Bad news. Just crush them, Mark, with all your might. Kill them dead.
Oh, I'd like that. That should be fun.
What else you got today? Anything else?
Yeah, and Connecticut doesn't have the best pizza in the country. Only New Haven County and some Fairfield County places do.
Yeah. Okay.
The rest of the state has horrible pizza.
Well, you're saying well, that's why New Haven's my hometown, and that's why I work in Fairfield County, so I have it all covered, Mark. You see that?
There you go.
All right, Mark in New Haven. Mark, thank you. Appreciate that. We go to traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 jam pretty heavy both directions, Stamford up to Norwalk, and then it's about a half hour to go Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Northbound's heaviest up by Sherwood Island. Parkway, lower part of the county is getting better, still very busy from Westport, getting up to 42. Heavier company 44 to 48. Route 8 accident by exit 9 in Shelton, the scene of that earlier truck accident. And westbound 84 accident exit 7 at Super 7 in Danbury, jam solid out of Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. The White House is explaining why President Trump's legs have been swollen recently.
Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says it's a condition where damaged leg veins fail to keep blood flowing properly.
Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease.
Leavitt also explained recent close-up photos showing bruising on Trump's hand. She says it was minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and his use of aspirin as part of his standard cardiovascular prevention program. Leavitt says the president remains in excellent health.
No discomfort from the president at all, and you probably all see that on a day-to-day basis. He's working around the clock.
CBS News special report. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Adrian Peeler has been released from federal prison after being granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. State officials have strongly objected to his release since it was announced at the beginning of this year, with Senator Richard Blumenthal telling WTNH-TV News 8 that the pardon was clearly an oversight.
Someone clearly dropped the ball in the Peeler clemency decision.
Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding worried about safety concerns.
In my opinion, it's a threat to public safety.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. A 33-year-old Bridgeport man has been arrested in connection with a shooting and a stabbing in Stamford over a year ago. Police say Martell Ricks is charged with third-degree assault, unlawful restraint, and a weapons offense in connection with the incident in May of last year. One victim was left seriously injured with 3 stab wounds, while the other person was shot in the rear end. Police say others were involved in the incident and more arrests are possible. A West Haven man has been arrested and charged with stealing wheels off vehicles at a car dealership in Westport. Police say 23-year-old Daryl Rodriguez took the rims and tires from 3 vehicles at Honda of Westport on Post Road East in October of last year. The vehicles were later found suspended on milk crates with the wheels missing. Rodriguez is charged with second-degree larceny and conspiracy and is free after posting a $75,000 bond. A Bridgeport police officer who has been arrested multiple times in the last year has been fired by the department. Donnie Soto was arrested in Bridgeport and Derby on charges that include harassment and stalking. Police Chief Roderick Porter is confirming that Soto was terminated this week after an internal investigation and an administrative hearing. It was found that Soto violated multiple department procedures and policies relating to conduct. The Shelton Fire Department says an off-duty police officer rescued a person from a burning car on Monday. Fire department officials say they got the call just before 11 a.m. Monday and found a car on its side with heavy fire coming from the vehicle. Officials say off-duty Shelton police officer Roger Falcone happened to be on scene and was able to remove the occupant from the vehicle before they were injured. The department says if not for Falcone's quick action, the outcome could have been, quote, significantly different. The extreme heat and humidity continues today in Connecticut. The National Weather Service has continued a heat advisory for much of the state until later on tonight. The service warns that the conditions could cause heat-related illnesses with temperatures in the 90s and a heat index of around 100 degrees. Medical experts are also reminding parents and pet owners to not leave anyone behind in a parked car. Dr. Listy Thomas.
There is no safe amount of time. The statistics say more than just a couple of minutes because the temperature inside the car rises much more than the temperature outside. And so if it's like 95 degrees outside, in 15 minutes, it'll reach 115 degrees inside the car.
Cooler air will move into the region tomorrow with highs expected to be around 85 degrees. And the University of New Haven is receiving a $5 million grant to help its athletic programs transition to NCAA Division I. The $5 million gift from donor Jeffrey Hazel is designed to help improve athletic facilities at the college in West Haven. UNH officially became a Division I school and joined the Northeast Conference on July 1st. Officials say the money will be used to retrofit locker rooms and to expand the school's playing and training facilities. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident continues to work Route 8 northbound in Shelton by exit 9. Heavy stop and go all the way back to the Parkway. Parkway northbound out of Stamford, it's about 20 minutes to get up to Route 7, 40 minutes from Route 7 getting up to the Route 8 ramps. Northbound on 95, still very busy out of Stamford. Actually, both directions jammed pretty heavy. Stamford up to Norwalk. Northbound very heavy up by Westport. It's 40 minutes. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Westbound 84 accident cleared in Danbury. Still a little bit heavy out of Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones. More talk momentarily about the illegal alien here in the state who almost killed a couple of state troopers the other night. Still no word officially, no comment yet from Governor Lamont or Democratic legislative leaders. Let's take you to D.C. now, as we like to do at least a few times a week with our friend, CBS News correspondent. You see her on the evening news. You hear her on WICC here. Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, good afternoon. How are you? Never a dull day there where you are, huh?
Hi, Paul. Yeah, never a dull day. It's certainly very interesting the last couple of days, for sure.
Yeah. So before we get to this notion on the president's health here, which is kind of surprising, boy, this Jeffrey Epstein thing, Olivia, it's just not going away. Now members of Congress want to do something. Mr. Trump doesn't. So what's the latest on that?
Oh, yeah, they can't shake this Epstein story, which is one that they kind of ginned up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, The president yesterday had put out that True Social post calling people, even his supporters, who are still listening to the conspiracies around Epstein, weaklings. It was really the first time we've seen him rebuke even his own base, specifically on this issue. Caroline Leavitt also briefed the press today, where she was asked to clarify which part of the Epstein hoax is a hoax. Mm-hmm. And she said that the president was referring to the fact that Democrats have now, quote, seized on this as if they've ever wanted transparency when it comes to Epstein. But the important part of this is that there are several Senate Republicans who are asking the Trump administration to release more information about the Jeffrey Epstein case. And they really brushed off Trump's assertion that, Democrats or Republicans are weak, rather, for falling for this hoax. Even Josh Hawley said that people were calling for further information. Eric Schmidt, Tom Tillis, Lindsey Graham, all Republican senators who are saying, well, wait a minute. If we have the files, we should release them, or at least release more information. So that's kind of what we're tracking on that. I'll tell you, just as a personal anecdote, yesterday I was with the vice president out in Pennsylvania. Oh, he's talking about the economy. He's talking about the big, beautiful bill. So I started asking supporters who were there, it's great on the economy. What about Jeffrey Epstein? They were upset.
Really?
So upset. Oh, my gosh. A lot of them said they voted for Trump, and this is the one thing about this administration that is really bothering them.
Wow, no wonder there's been such a reaction from Congress. And finally, Olivia, before we let you go, kind of a revelation about Mr. Trump's health, and I guess kind of a reminder here. He may look good, he may have vitality, but he is an older gentleman, so we heard about a circulation issue, is it today?
Yeah, so what they're saying is this is a chronic venous insufficiency. It's actually fairly common, and essentially what it is it's a lack of blood flow throughout the body, but most often presented in the legs by swelling. Yeah. And there were questions about this because we had seen, President Trump, when he was sitting down, you can kind of see around his socks, there was a little bit of swelling by his feet. Yeah. And then on his hands, he often had bruising that was covered up by concealer. And, I noticed it because obviously I wear makeup, and I was like, that concealer is not his color. What is that concealer from? And so Caroline Leavitt said today, she read out a note from the president's physician announcing this venous insufficiency. It's fairly common. Yeah. It's something that a lot of people in their older years have, and it basically is just amounting to an issue of blood flow, but it's not a serious condition.
Well, Olivia, before I let you go, seeing as you're being honest with me, I'll be honest with you. Yes, I wear some concealer too when I do when I do college hockey games in the winter on TV. So yes, I admit it too. You have to.
It's long days. Right, exactly. You get tired. You got to put a little concealer on.
That's right. Those bags under my
Paul,
eyes.
You know your color match. Your color match.
Yes, I do. Absolutely. Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. Olivia, thanks. Have a happy weekend. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Bye-bye. How about that? Great stuff there from Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. Yeah, you see her on TV, CBS Evening News, on and off almost every night during the week, and you hear her here on WICC in our top and bottom of the hour network news. Yes, ladies, I do have a bottle of concealer. I've matched up my skin tone. Look, I'm only on camera for a few minutes during those hockey games, but if I don't get rid of the bags a little bit, if I don't, smooth out and dull this artillery shell forehead that I have, and I sit there and I watch the replay the next day on SNY and go, oh my God, she's dude. Back away from the buffet and dull the shine off that head. Not surprising with Mr. Trump. He is, you're afraid, what, he just turned 80? He was 79, right? And then on July 4th, he turned 80. He's a big guy, and how often do we see, do we see older individuals who have some swelling about the ankles and about the wrists? Listen, the human heart is an amazing thing, but after so many hundreds of thousands of beats or whatever, needs a little help there. Nothing crazy about that. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. We'll step out, reset everything, come right back. A lot more. Boy, do we have a busy show left. A lot more coming up right here on Connecticut Today.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
$25,000 could be yours.
Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love, fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident cleared Route 8 northbound by exit 9 in Shelton. Still have some residual company back to the Parkway. Still jammed very solid northbound on the Parkway from Norwalk getting up into Westport. 95, not much better. Jam both directions through Darien, Stamford, upper part of the county. You're delayed in through Fairfield, Southport. Northbound on 95 into New Haven County, busy out of Milford. Southbound and northbound, not too bad on the Parkway getting up into the West Rock Tunnel. Westbound 84 still heavy into Danbury thanks to an earlier crash. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's us. Hey, how are you? 203-333-90422-333-WICC. Thanks once again. Love talking to her. Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. How about that, huh? Where she said she was out with J.D. Vance, the VP, who was talking to voters, Republican supporters, and what did she say? That a lot of people were incensed about the Jeffrey Epstein case. See, this is why I am the way I am. You got to be careful what you gin up here, and if you spend 2 or 3 years telling people, oh, there's something there, there's something there, there's something there, there's something there, there's something, oh, never mind. Wait a minute, what? It's mind-numbing. It really is. It's mind-numbing. And the Democrats are probably sitting there going, it's just the way they're chuckling about this. The same way the Republicans were chuckling about the border issues. You notice how when the border thing was happening and, the ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, Fox, CNN, everybody, MSNBC, they were showing the video of people, streaming across the border. You didn't hear too many Republicans talking there. What do they say in politics and in war too? If your enemy is destroying him or herself, don't do a thing. Shut up. Or as I was told many times growing up, state zit, please. Jerry in Stratford's here. Jerry, good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine. I'm called. Well, actually, I'm not fine given this Peeler release. It's just absurdity. A quick Epstein. After he died,
sure.
Actually, the day before he died, the New York Post ran a story about 3 people were named in a lawsuit, including George Mitchell, the guy from Richardson from New Mexico.
Yeah, Bill Richardson.
And,
Yep.
And some hedge fund guy. It was and then the next day he's dead. But there was a cartoon of Bill and Hillary Clinton standing over Epstein's grave saying that Epstein thought he had dirt on us. We have dirt on him.
Yeah, I saw
6
that.
feet of dirt.
Yeah, I did see that. And you know what, Jerry? Even if there's nothing, even if there's no there, good Lord, it's just the way this has been handled, Jerry. You talk about developing into something that's just a ball and chain around how many people's ankles on this now. It's amazing.
I agree. Even Michael Flynn, who's also been victimized by the deep state, said Trump really messed up on this one.
Oh,
on this Peeler thing, I'm actually going to say I agree with Richard Blumenthal that there should be some piece of legislation that even if you can't change what the president did, you at least can see what was behind the pardons. However, we also have a case where, given all this auto pen scandal, that Mr. Blumenthal doesn't have to wait for the new bill to be passed. He can actually participate with Republicans saying, hey, wait a minute. How did this sex offender in Pennsylvania whose victims committed suicide, how did he get a pardon? So because the auto pen kind of opens the door to see what was really behind. I mean, we remember Clinton had the pardons for sale thing, right? So I would encourage Senator Blumenthal to move forward to legislation, have some scrutiny about what's behind presidential pardon decisions, but also see if somebody completely unelected were signing these pardons or having the device sign the pardons.
Yeah.
And therefore, I think there is a legal avenue to scrutinize these, because if somebody else were running the federal government in the form of issuing, executive orders and pardons, and it wasn't Joe Biden, we absolutely have a right to know that. So even if we can't change the outcome. So, Senator Blumenthal, I applaud you.
Yeah.
I hope it's strong bipartisan support going forward. But also, because of the auto pen, we have a reason to look back as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Jerry, thank you. Appreciate the call. Yeah, look, this whole thing, and we're talking about the Peeler case. Apparently, Mr. Blumenthal said mistakes were made. But here's the point. And Mr. Blumenthal can say that. And, I agree with you, Jerry, that, there is now a foothold, if you will, or a toehold to get something done on this. But here's the point with these pardons. And I don't care whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Bill Clinton, whether it's Joe Biden, other presidents. There's too many of them. There's got to be too many of them. Now, to Jerry's point, to people who may not understand, there is some sort of a process at the Justice Department. In other words, you could petition, and there are different levels of things. There's clemency, executive clemency. There's a pardon. If you go online and look at the powers of executive clemency and what a pardon is versus, for example, what total forgiveness is, what a pardon is. I read them one day as to, well, clemency is this, but a pardon is this, that, or the other. No, they do have people who look over this stuff. But, but my question is, who pushed, and we don't have a lot of answers on this, at least that I haven't seen or heard. Who pushed for the release of Adrian Peeler, who did serve his time for a roll-in, although they could not prove or did not want to prove that he pulled the trigger in the killings of a Bridgeport mother and her little boy in connection with a drug case years and years ago. That was his Peeler's brother. But who then thought it was a good idea for him to get out of jail early, if you will, on this drug charge? Now, okay, maybe it was a family member, maybe it was an acquaintance of his, fine. But are these situations looked at? And I know there is an appeals process in the DOJ, and there are appeals attorneys and clemency attorneys and pardon attorneys and all this. But look, for the longest time, I was taught, and I guess you and I were taught too, that okay, these presidential pardons and this forgiveness and clemency and all this, I was always taught that if there was gross prosecutorial misconduct, or if there was an inadequate defense, if somebody was penniless or destitute and they were assigned a public defender, with all due respect to public defenders, many of whom go on to bigger and better things, at least monetarily, they would say, public defense is valiant, is a valid thing. Some things may be better on the legal ladder, but you know what I mean. So I was always brought up under the notion that, well, if the prosecution planted evidence, if the cops planted evidence, if the defense was horrible, if there was an appeal made for a different public defender, okay, I get that. But, I mean, some of these pardons, by almost every president, you look at and you say, well, it sounds like they got a good defense, and it sounds like they got a good, there's a clean prosecution here. I mean, people are rolling their eyes at who are the two that Trump pardoned? The retail show people, and sure enough, they're back on television already. The Chrisleys, Jim and Joanna, or Joe and Joe, whatever. It was millions and millions of dollars. Well, did they do it or not? Even the January 6th thing, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I listen, the power of clemency and pardon and forgiveness, that goes back to the founding of the country. You get that. It's there because it was entrusted to a chief executive or a president to be the person to say, hey, maybe this person did get screwed. New evidence comes to light 5, 10, 15, 20 years later. There's new investigations, whatever, maybe in cases where there should be a retrial, but the state doesn't want to do it. You have these elected prosecutors and elected sheriffs who don't want to put their chestnuts back in the frying pan. You know what I mean? So, kudos to Mr. Blumenthal, as Jerry said, but again, you have a guy here in Adrian Peeler who was involved in a heinous situation, who did time for that situation, and now does less time on a drug charge? I don't know. To me, and I'm not an attorney, I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a sheriff, I have nothing to do with law enforcement or any way around that. But to me, there are just some people, even if the prosecution was clean, even if the defense was clean, there are just some people who need to serve their term. Because what they may have been involved in, is so heinous. I mean, again, for those of us in Connecticut, and I have at least one friend of mine who covered that trial for TV in Hartford. And this friend communicated with me the other night, and this friend said, oh, my God, I can't believe this, even though we knew it was coming. This friend of mine said, of all the stuff she covered for years and years in TV, she said that murder of B.J. Brown and his mother there was just still to this day, and she's been out of the business for years and years now. She covered a bunch of stories. She said that Bridgeport case was just one of the most heartless and heinous things that she ever had to report on. And to this day, she said it still affects her in some way. I remember, too, even reporters who sit in, now it's a job a lot of people would want, but, you sit and you cover cases like the Peeler case. It sticks with you. It just does. It's almost like first responders. Traffic and weather together right here. It's a Thursday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident cleared Route 8 northbound by exit 9 in Shelton. Still have some residual company back to the Parkway. Still jammed very solid northbound on the Parkway from Norwalk getting up into Westport. 95, not much better. Jam both directions through Darien, Stamford, upper part of the county. You're delayed in through Fairfield, Southport. Northbound on 95 into New Haven County, busy out of Milford. Southbound and northbound, not too bad on the Parkway, getting up into the West Rock Tunnel. Westbound 84 still heavy into Danbury thanks to an earlier crash. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, fresh recap of news as we have details about the medical condition of the President of the United States. So that's coming up momentarily. Chris Williams has all your local stuff. And by the way, this coming Sunday, we've been telling you about this. It's the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing and driven by Mazda of Milford. It's pizza, beer, and music from the Yacht Lobsters and pizza panels, too. It's happening, of course, at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. So what I want you to do right now, text the word pizza, P-I-Z-Z-A. You can get that, right? P-I-Z-Z-A. Text pizza right now to 203-333-9422 for your chance to win 4 general admission tickets, all right? So text the word pizza right now to 203-333-9422, 333-WICC for your chance to win 4 general admission tickets. I'm going to be there toward the end of the day on Sunday, so do that, all right? Again, text carefully. Watch the position of the thumb and fingers there. Text the word pizza to 203-333-9422. It's a good time. You haven't been there, you should go. It's weather's supposed to be pretty good. A little warm, but much not too sticky like today. All right, top stories coming up top of the hour right here, right now.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. The White House has released new information about President Trump's health.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump reported some swelling in his legs and underwent extensive medical testing,
including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition.
Common, she said, for people in their 70s. Leavitt also said bruising on the president's hand was due to handshaking and aspirin. As for the bottom line,
the president remains in excellent health.
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Pediatricians say the CDC is limiting access to COVID vaccines for uninsured children. More from CBS's Alexander Tin.
The CDC is ending a requirement that providers keep COVID shots in stock for their patients. It comes after Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. earlier this year ordered the CDC to narrow its broad recommendation for COVID vaccines, saying that only children with additional risk factors should get the shots.
The fate of the bill canceling $1 billion in funding for public broadcasting is now up to the House. The CEO of National Public Radio says the defunding is a risk to public safety.
Many people in rural parts of Wisconsin rely on public broadcasting. Kathy Smith has been listening and watching for years.
I'm just sick about it. I'm a retired teacher. I relied on public broadcasting. And for me personally, raising my own 2 kids, we lived out in the country. We didn't have cable TV. We didn't have dish. We relied on public TV, public radio.
Kathy worries it will take years for public broadcasting to recover. Bruce Marcus for CBS News, Rhinelander, Wisconsin.
Israel says it deeply regrets its strike on the only Catholic church in Gaza. 3 people were killed. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told President Trump it was a mistake. CBS's Linda Gradstein is in Jerusalem.
The Latin Patriarchate in Jerusalem said that the Holy Family Church in Gaza was struck by an air raid that wounded several people, including the parish priest, Father Gabriel Romanelli. It said the church was also damaged. The Italian Prime Minister blamed Israel for the attack, and the Israeli army said it is investigating.
Singer Connie Francis has died.
Sorry now.
She had more than a dozen top 20 hits in the 1950s and 60s, including Pretty Little Baby, which recently became popular again on TikTok. Connie Francis was 87. Stocks higher again today. Another record close for the NASDAQ, it would appear, with the NASDAQ up 153 points. Dow up 230. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow. Provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Adrian Peeler has been released from federal prison after being granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. State officials have strongly objected to his release since it was announced at the beginning of this year, with Senator Richard Blumenthal telling WTNH-TV News 8 that the pardon was clearly an oversight.
Someone clearly dropped the ball in the Peeler clemency decision.
Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding worried about safety concerns.
In my opinion, it's a threat to public safety.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. The Shelton Fire Department says an off-duty police officer rescued a person from a burning car on Monday. Fire department officials say they got the call just before 11 a.m. Monday and found a car on its side with heavy fire coming from the vehicle. Officials say off-duty Shelton police officer Roger Falcone happened to be on scene and was able to remove the occupant from the vehicle before they were injured. The department says if not for Falcone's quick action, the outcome could have been, quote, significantly different. And a Connecticut teacher is now in the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest career as a science teacher. Kenneth Savage taught science for 55 years before retiring this past June, and his daughter, Sarah, has been working behind the scenes to surprise him with the world record announcement. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Sarah about the announcement.
And it was a lot of fun. It was kind of a fun, almost a joke it started as. And then the more we thought about it, the more we realized how exciting that would be for him.
The 76-year-old Savage plans to spend his retirement with family, particularly with his 2 granddaughters who are studying education and STEM. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident cleared Route 8 northbound by exit 9 in Shelton. Still have some residual company back to the Parkway. Still jammed very solid northbound on the Parkway from Norwalk getting up into Westport. 95, not much better. Jam both directions through Darien, Stamford, upper part of the county. You're delayed in through Fairfield, Southport. Northbound on 95 into New Haven County, busy out of Milford. Southbound and northbound, not too bad on the Parkway getting up into the West Rock Tunnel. Westbound 84 still heavy into Danbury thanks to an earlier crash. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All eyes, ears, and whatever else you want to put on Governor Ned Lamont and also the state Senate Democratic leaders, Bob Duff of Norwalk and Mark Looney of New Haven, talking about questions being asked to the executive branch and to the Democratic leadership about will they not cooperate with DHS and ICE regarding an 18-year-old illegal immigrant who is now facing charges of almost killing couple of state police troopers the other night. DHS, Homeland Security, saying, hey, we know this 18-year-old kid who came to the U.S. From Guatemala in 2003 is an illegal. So we'll see what happens. Will the state push back on this? Will they refuse to honor an ICE detainer here? We'll see how that shakes out. And that is one of the reasons I chose to put up this question as our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. Should Connecticut allow more cooperation between local law enforcement and the feds, immigration officials, when it comes to criminal cases? Now, again, remember, a couple of months ago, ICE was asked some state prison officials saying, hey, this guy who was convicted on child sex charges, please hand him over to us. We want to deport him, and Connecticut wouldn't do that. So now this is interesting to see how this pans out here. No official comment from the governor yet, or Bob Duff, or Mark Looney when they were asked by the Hartford Courant. So stay tuned, as they say. But what do you think about this? Bunch of people chiming in on this, as usual, in this time of the show. Chris Williams sifting through the answers, weeding out the obscenities, and he has these little nuggets for us. Chris, what are the listeners saying?
Yes, no doubt. That was an easy one from Glenn. Yes, says Patrick, as well as Dave. Robert said, why would a blue state cooperate for law and order? Mary says, yes, yes, and yes, it is criminal that they don't already. Anyone standing in the way of any law branch doing their job to get criminals off the streets should be in jail themselves. Michael said all immigration should stop until Americans can find affordable housing. And Glenn says, absolutely. Unfortunately, liberal Democrats run this state, and they love their illegal aliens, even the criminal ones.
All right, so we'll have to see now a range of answers there, left, right, up and down. I get it. But we'll have to see now how the governor's office responds to this because, look, it wasn't any right-wing website here in the state, if any exists. It's Hartford Courant asking the governor's office for comment on allegations from some state Republicans that say the governor won't do anything about this, all connected to the Trust Act. We shall see. Now, speaking of trust, is there any renewed trust between Ukraine, the U.S., Russia? Where do we stand on that? One of our go-to guys, Dr. Matthew Schmidt, coming up to talk about that. Yes, because that Russia-Ukraine thing still is out there, and it's still pretty bad.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's 25 The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents Sister Act tomorrow through July 27th. Join disco diva Dolores Van Cartier as she's placed in protective custody, disguised as a nun, where she transforms the choir of the Holy Order of the Little Sisters of Our Mother of Perpetual Faith. A heartwarming story of friendship and self-discovery with sounds of disco, soul, and gospel. This musical features the talent of performers ages 14 to 23. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Center Stage in Shelton. High-quality entertainment close to home.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Starting to calm down now after a bunch of earlier accidents. We're just left with volume busy. Both directions, 95 Stamford up to Norwalk. It's at least a half hour in either direction. Further north, 40 minutes as you make your way from Norwalk up to the 8 and 25 connector on 95. Patchy volume on the Parkway from Stamford to the New Canaan Rest. Very busy into Westport. Delays on the Fairfield side. All in all, about 40 minutes. Norwalk to Route 8. Route 8 busier now into the Commodore Hall Bridge. Earlier accident cleared. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet Flooring and Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC
For
traffic.
this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, still at the forefront with everything else going on, and that really connects here with a lot of people. In Connecticut, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine and the role the U.S. is trying to play there, correctly or otherwise. And one of our go-to people on that, we welcome back Dr. Matthew Schmidt, University of New Haven, Associate Professor of Homeland, National Security, and International Affairs. Matt, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us again. We appreciate it. How are you?
I'm all right. Hi, Paul. It's great to talk to you again.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, Matt, it's been a while, and I guess we're having somewhat of a 180 from the White House. I don't know. It's all tough to figure out what's going on here. Third-party supplies of weapons now. So what is the latest here, and what do you make of the latest round of threats and deal-making here between all three? And is there any end in sight of this or not? Are we just kidding ourselves?
Well, I'll start at the end. No, there's no end in sight right now, so we need to be prepared for it to continue. What's going on? I think Trump really wants that Nobel Peace Prize. He really wants to end the war, whether for altruistic reasons or selfish reasons, doesn't really matter. And so he decided that he wasn't getting much traction pushing Zelensky, and he was going to push Putin instead. And Putin's response was no response. He actually hasn't publicly said anything. Excuse me. Dmitry Medvedev, the former president, has threatened to start World War III and said the West should stay out of things, and et cetera, et cetera. But basically the Russians went, this is a theatrical ultimatum, and we don't care. And they're continuing to push their offensive in the east.
Matt, I in the past few months, trying to soak all this in, or really the past few years since this whole thing started, you and I have been talking about this more than a few times here, and I'm hearing more and more people on both sides saying, "Hey, if there's a chance that Putin ever stops," and you probably heard this, Matt, he's got to gain something. Like, you don't quit when you're perceived to be winning. I know I've asked you this before, but has it shifted, whatever? I mean, what is going to make him sit back in his chair and go, this is the best I'm going to get? What is his end goal here? Has that shifted at all, do you think, or not?
Oh, it definitely has. The end goal at the beginning of the war in 2014 and then with the invasion in 2022 was really to topple the Ukrainian government, to make it illegitimate, to take over political control of the country, and probably to take over physical control, at least of the eastern half, including Kyiv. When that failed, right, when the attack on Kyiv failed in 2022, things shifted and Putin changed his rhetoric. And now he's talking about holding these regions in the east that he claims are properly understood to be Russian and not Ukrainian. And so that's really what he's going for now. And he needs to achieve a way to declare victory. That is, not necessarily achieve victory, but achieve a way to declare it for his own political purposes. And that shifts over time. But it certainly does not involve the Ukrainians getting much of what they want.
Do you think, Matt, or the guest is Dr. Matt Schmidt from the University of New Haven, did he underestimate the Ukraine resolve here and/or the military and/or Western support? Could Putin, as smart as he is, could he have made a major mistake here or not?
He absolutely did. He's not actually considered that smart by people on the inside. He's quite resilient, but he's not considered a military genius or particularly bright in that way. Just to put that out there, people often think that about him. But no, for sure, he made a major strategic blunder. His military did. They completely underestimated Ukrainian capacity and resolve and Western support at the beginning.
That's interesting, because is that underestimation, Matt, coming from a lack of intelligence, or might he have been told that and just didn't want to believe it? You know, is the KGB that off their game, or maybe they don't exist to the same height they used to, or why did he? Is there a chance that he was told, listen, this is going to be tough if not impossible, and he didn't care?
Racism. It's the same reason that imperial powers always underestimate their colonial foes, right? It's the same reason we underestimated the difficulty of fighting in Afghanistan, and these kinds of things. And they simply, Putin uses the word, right? The word he uses to describe eastern Ukraine is little Russia, as in like little kid, right? As in child, as in not fully adult, not fully something that we should fear or respect their capacity. And that is the larger worldview that the Russian leadership and largely the Russian population has of Ukraine right now.
I am amazed, Matt, in reading the daily or weekly summaries of what's going on, and attack after attack after attack, at the large amount of armaments that are used on both sides here. Now there was word that maybe the U.S. reserves are running a little bit low, and we're talking about kind of this third-party funneling of more arms here. That surprised you? Because I'm just seeing the sheer numbers in these drone attacks. 100 drones, 200 drones, 250. I mean, does this stuff ever run out or not?
Oh, well, so that's the big question right now. First, on the Ukrainian side, they're the largest producer of drones in the world in the middle of an existential war. They're going to produce 4 to 4.5 million drones this year, under fire from the Russians, just to explain how much warfare has changed right now. And, you know, and the Russians are expending weapon systems and ammunition at such a high rate that they need to bring this war to a ceasefire in the next 6 months, or they're in real trouble because their factories aren't able to replenish things, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to force an offensive in the next 4 months, say, in order to put Ukraine up against the wall as much as possible and then negotiate. But if they don't do that in the next 4, 5, 6 months, they're in real trouble.
Couple of things more, Matt. What do you draw from this idea? I guess there's a bipartisan bill in Congress. Mr. Blumenthal, Dick Blumenthal, spoke about it at length on one of the Sunday shows, that would give the president, Mr. Trump, or I guess any future president as well, but in this situation, the ability to dial up and dial back and adjust these, what they say would be crippling sanctions on Russia. You buy that or not?
Yeah, so they're not sanctions on Russia. Blumenthal's bill is great because it's not targeting Russia. It's putting sanctions on third parties who are dealing with Russia and trading with Russia. So it's fundamentally sanctions on China and sanctions on India. The problem with that is that if you put sanctions on China and India, then you put the American consumer, right, in the middle of this thing. And so it's unclear whether or not there's the kind of resolve that you need in any White House to go through with this. And that's why the Russians are laughing at this, saying, yeah, whatever, you're not actually going to do this.
And finally, I did read a fascinating story, Matt, a couple of months ago. I think it was in the BBC, where they talked about the fact that a great deal of the funding for this war, ironically, comes from maybe some American allies and other people who, you'd think are on our side. But the trade continues, doesn't it, in Russian gas, in Russian oil, and in rare earths. And does this buy into, Matt, that old joke that I read that, Russia, big country, but in a sense, it's a big gas station with nukes. I mean, are some of our allies, as the BBC allege, still funding this thing indirectly?
Oh, absolutely. That's going on. India is probably the biggest culprit in terms of our allies who are doing this. The problem that Russia faces is whatever short-term success that they can get out of this war and out of, violating sanctions and finding, third parties to sell to that they didn't before is, excuse me again, they've killed off their biggest market. Their oil and gas market in Europe was the biggest revenue source for the country for decades, and that ain't coming back. And so Putin can win in the short term and really hurt the long-term economic and political position of Russia. And that's what people like me are saying over and over again. But at this point, Putin doesn't care because it's all short-term thinking for him.
Dr. Matthew Schmidt, University of New Haven Associate Professor, Homeland and National Security and International Affairs. Matt, always good to chat with you. Take care. Have a happy weekend. We appreciate it.
Thanks, all.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. So there you go. He said it may be coming down to months here before Putin may just have to take even a mediocre deal to get out of this. Dr. Matthew Schmidt from the University of New Haven. Traffic and weather together right here as we move along on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Relatively accident-free across Fairfield County. A lot of volume, though, 25 minutes in either direction. Stamford up to Norwalk, still very heavy. Northbound up by Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Bridgeport's not too bad on both 95 and the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway jamming a little bit out of New Canaan, High Ridge, and Long Ridge through the rest. Very busy into Westport, Fairfield. Route 8 still with delays up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 84 both directions heavy in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is your CT Insider Weather Update.
The clouds continue to hang around, but the sun will poke through here and there. Looking at a high of 83 and a low of 65. Humidity around 50%. And if you're sick of the rain, good news, very low chance of that happening.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at BassoPHAC.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. President Trump has been diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, where damaged leg veins fail to keep blood flowing properly. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says it's a benign condition and the president is in no discomfort.
The president remains in excellent health.
She says doctors checked him over thoroughly.
An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified.
Recent photos showed makeup covering bruising on the president's hand. More on that from CBS's Willie James Inman.
The White House press corps has asked previously about this, about the bruising on the president's hands and past cases. The White House has essentially said that the president shakes a lot of hands. He's working for the American people, so perhaps that was the reason for this.
Leavitt also blamed the bruising on the aspirin Trump takes to keep his heart healthy. CBS News Special Report. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Adrian Peeler has been released from federal prison after being granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. State officials have strongly objected to his release since it was announced at the beginning of this year, with Senator Richard Blumenthal telling WTNH-TV News 8 that the pardon was clearly an oversight.
Someone clearly dropped the ball in the Peeler clemency decision.
Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding worried about safety concerns.
In my opinion, it's a threat to public safety.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. A West Haven man has been arrested and charged with stealing wheels off vehicles at a car dealership in Westport. Police say 23-year-old Daryl Rodriguez took the rims and tires from 3 vehicles at Honda of Westport on Post Road East in October of last year. The vehicles were later found suspended on milk crates with the wheels missing. Rodriguez is charged with second-degree larceny and conspiracy and is free after posting a $75,000 bond. A 33-year-old Bridgeport man has been arrested in connection with a shooting and stabbing in Stamford over a year ago. Police say Martell Ricks is charged with third-degree assault, unlawful restraint, and a weapons offense in connection with the incident in May of last year. One victim was left seriously injured with 3 stab wounds, while the other person was shot in the rear end. Police say others were involved in the incident and more arrests are possible. A Bridgeport police officer who has been arrested multiple times in the last year has been fired by the department. Donnie Soto was arrested in Bridgeport and Derby on charges that include harassment and stalking. Police Chief Roderick Porter is confirming that Soto was terminated this week after an internal investigation and an administrative hearing. It was found that Soto violated multiple department procedures and policies relating to conduct. A 5-year-old boy who was pulled unresponsive from the water at a Shelton Park remains hospitalized in stable condition. The child apparently entered the water at Indian Wells State Park on Tuesday and was submerged for an undisclosed amount of time. He was rushed to the hospital and soon afterwards was showing positive signs. Shelton police say there has been no change in the boy's condition, and while he's not out of the woods, they remain hopeful. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is warning that the water in some state parks may be contaminated with a toxic algae bloom. The algae is a naturally occurring microscopic organism that presents as a bright green circle on the surface of the water and can cause itching if it comes into contact with the skin. If ingested, the algae can cause gastrointestinal issues and even liver damage in severe cases. The red-spotted lanternfly is back in Connecticut, and the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is asking residents to kill it on site and report where you see them. The invasive insect has been in Connecticut for several years now and is very harmful to local trees and fruit crops, particularly vineyards. The University of New Haven is receiving a $5 million grant to help its athletic programs transition to NCAA Division I. The $5 million gift from donor Jeffrey Hazel is designed to help improve athletic facilities at the college in West Haven. UNH officially became a Division I school and joined the Northeast Conference on July 1st. Officials say the money will be used to retrofit locker rooms and to expand the school's playing and training facilities. And the extreme heat and humidity continued today in Connecticut. The National Weather Service has continued a heat advisory for much of the state until tonight. The service warns that the conditions could cause heat-related illnesses with temperatures in the 90s and a heat index of around 100 degrees. Medical experts, including Dr. Listy Thomas, are also reminding parents and pet owners to not leave anyone behind in a parked car.
There is no safe amount of time. The statistics say more than just a couple of minutes because the temperature inside the car rises much more than the temperature outside. And so if it's like 95 degrees outside, in 15 minutes, it'll reach 115 degrees inside the car.
Cooler air will move into the region tomorrow with highs expected to be around 85 degrees. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Relatively accident-free across Fairfield County. A lot of volume, though, 25 minutes in either direction. Stamford up to Norwalk, still very heavy. Northbound up by Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Bridgeport's not too bad on both 95 and the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway jamming a little bit out of New Canaan, High Ridge, and Long Ridge through the rest. Very busy into Westport, Fairfield. Route 8 still with delays up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 84 both directions heavy in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Okay, we'll get back to the phones momentarily. Just got a hold of some audio here from Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim. The mayor holding a news conference earlier today and giving a statement as to the release, the clemency release of a man convicted in the killing of a woman and her 8-year-old son. Of course, we're talking about the Peeler case and the release of Adrian Peeler, who did serve time for a role in that killing, although they did not decide that he exactly pulled the trigger. It was his brother. But the outrage now, and we knew this was coming, we told you about it a couple of months ago, but he now received clemency, did Adrian Peeler, on federal drug charges in the waning days of the Joe Biden administration. Sorry, folks. We're trying to bring you this audio here, which I thought we had set, so allow us to try this again, shall we?
So this is not a place we wanted to be, or press conference that we wanted to do this morning. But I feel compelled, and the chief can speak as well, about our outrage, our concern, and reaction to the release, the Peeler being released, but also the way it was done with this pardon clemency process that leaves so many questions unanswered. We're stuck in this community, in the city of Bridgeport, as we stand here, what's been named BJ Park, after an 8-year-old boy who was doing nothing but with his mother at a barbershop when he unfortunately witnessed a horrendous murder, cold-blooded murder. Because of that, he became the victim, shot in the back of the head, along with his mother in the apartment, while she reached for the phone for 911 because they were witnesses to the brother's murder. This is the type of heinous crime that put him on death row for a period of time until the death sentence in Connecticut was abolished. But then to see some sudden action by the Biden administration or President Biden to sign a clemency or a pardon for this individual and allow him to be released without answering questions for us as local community, back into the community. We don't know where he is right now, but we've been told by news reports alone that he's been released back out, presumably in Connecticut, possibly in Bridgeport, is not only a front, but a major concern for our city and for this community. I don't understand it. Some of you saw my written comments. They go all the way from we demand answers, want action in addition to answers, but on top of that, this to be investigated. How could this happen? How could the former president, with clear mind, actually sign this type of pardon for this individual? Unspeakable. And then to look at what may have happened, did he sign away the authority for this? So that needs to be looked at. But while that's being looked at, we have an obligation to ensure not only the actual safety, but the perception of safe community here in the city of Bridgeport. I was mayor in 1999 when this happened. So I went through this tragedy as someone, along with the chief, who was a member of the Bridgeport Police Department at that time. And our recollections still feel like a punch to the stomach of just imagining. And there's, there's footage on this. You don't even have to imagine. There's footage of the crime scene. But you can imagine just hearing the narrative description of someone walking up the stairs and pulling out a gun and shooting an 8-year-old boy in the back of the head, and then his mother who's trying to call for help. This not only outraged Bridgeport, Connecticut, but all of Connecticut and beyond, I'm sure nationally. It led to the creation of the successful Witness Protection Program. Why? Certainly because of these 2 terrible murders, but also because it strikes at the heart of our democratic process. If you can go out and gun down in cold blood a murder at the command of another in this type of situation, then our whole system goes awry. So we demand answers. We're asking, and the chief will respond to how we're going to deal with this. People are scared. We've gotten the calls from victims' advocates. I cannot and won't speak on behalf of the family, but the second hand, what we have is this is not certainly something that adds any comfort, to put it mildly, to their lives or others in Bridgeport. The good news is, but for this, as the chief will touch on, this city has changed dramatically since 1999. This is not the type of action that you see anywhere. If you look even in the areas of homicides, deaths, this city has 2 this year, 2 too many, related to domestic violence. But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now.
All right, there you go. Some remarks earlier today, along with the chief of police. There's Mayor Joe Ganim. Outrage. And yes, Mayor, good on you. And you asked some good questions here. How did this happen? Did Joe Biden have any idea what was going on here? A clemency for Adrian Peeler, who was convicted for a role in the death of a mother and her son, little B.J. Brown. Heinous crime. And for some reason, the White House signs off on this guy cutting down his drug penalty. Why? I don't understand that. I don't understand how we go soft sometimes on criminals. No. Serve your entire sentence. Serve the sentence that the judicial system handed down to you.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks had a Goldilocks today with the S&P and the NASDAQ both setting records and the Dow rallying 229 points. Better than expected economic data out this morning certainly was helpful as jobless claims fell and retail sales came in stronger than expected. The market shrugging off concerns about the Fed, tariffs and trade, and other issues that may have otherwise affected stock sentiment. But today we got an upside day across the board. The Dow up 229 points to 44,484. S&P new high up 33 2/3 to 62.97. NASDAQ surging 153 points to 20,884 as earnings helped propel the market higher as well. Despite the better than expected economic data, interest rates slipped a bit. The yield on the 10-year note 4.45%. Dollar firmed. Oil rallied $1.24 to 67.62, while we had gold slip $14 to 33.45 the ounce. As for crypto, as legislation moves through Congress that is crypto friendly, we saw a modest gain with Bitcoin holding at $119,000 per coin.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Relatively accident-free across Fairfield County. A lot of volume, though, 25 minutes in either direction. Stamford up to Norwalk, still very heavy. Northbound up by Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Bridgeport's not too bad on both 95 and the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway jamming a little bit out of New Canaan, High Ridge, and Long Ridge through the rest. Very busy into Westport, Fairfield. Route 8 still with delays up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 84 both directions heavy in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, a lot of problems we do have. And you remember about a week or so ago, I was musing about the latest CNBC rankings of how when it comes to where the rubber meets the road on key things for business, Connecticut sucks. Now, we have a nice quality of life. We did well in quality of workforce, but in taxes, regulations, and business-friendly items, we suck. And we embrace it, too. Well, we found something else that we suck in. Connecticut ranks, I'm sorry, but listen, I'm just telling you how it is. Connecticut ranks 37th among states. Forget this. How easy the tax code makes fulfilling paperwork obligations for non-resident workers. That's according to the folks at the National Taxpayers Union. And we've had them on before, and we have them on again right now. And joining us, the National Taxpayers Union, Interstate Commerce Initiative Director and Senior Policy Analyst, Andrew Wilford is with us. Hey, Andrew, it's Paul here in Connecticut, where all the business stuff sucks. How are you?
I'm great, Paul. Thanks so much for having me on.
I'm sorry, Andrew, but
you
I
really
just
put it much better than I did.
I just look at the numbers, man. I'm not too smart here, but I'm just a numbers guy here in the great state of Connecticut, or as I like to put it, the People's Republic of Connecticut. But I'm kidding here. All right, so what this ranking measures as far as out-of-state workers? Explain why we do so lousy in this area as well.
Yeah, so there's really two reasons. Well, the first one is something that I think a lot of people don't even know is a thing, and it's that when you travel to Connecticut, if you spend a single day working in Connecticut, you are obligated, if you're a non-resident, you travel to Connecticut, you are obligated to file a tax return for the income you earn on that single day. Now, I mean, for the vast, vast majority of people, if you're spending a single day earning income in a state, you probably are going to be paying more to TurboTax to add another state to your tax return come tax time than you're actually paying in tax for that one day.
So, Andrew, so immediately the question pops in my head, and I think some of my listeners might be wondering about this too. So I'm driving somewhere. Let's say I'm driving from Boston and I'm going to Massachusetts or Maine, whatever, and I'm working. But the weather's lousy, or I don't feel well, or I plan to stop over. So we stop at a hotel or a motel here in Fairfield County or in Milford or in Hartford. And I get to my room and I order some bad food, whatever. And I say, let me check my emails and let me return some emails. Oh, I can do that Zoom meeting from my room. Did I just work in the state of Connecticut?
Yeah, you're not going to want to tell the Department of Revenue about that, but yeah, you did.
Really? All right.
And you can take some pride in the fact that some states around you are even worse. New York says that if you take a phone call while you're driving through New York, you just worked in New York.
Come on, come on.
So that's one reason, and that's a pretty big reason.
Yeah.
But the other reason is that, and again, I got to give Connecticut some credit here for not being New York, and explain that New York is the reason why this happens.
Yeah.
But Connecticut says that if you're a Connecticut resident and you switch to working remotely for the same Connecticut-based business to working remotely in New York, you still owe Connecticut income tax. And the reason they do this is because New York does the same thing back. So I gotta, I understand why it happens.
Yeah.
But at the same time, all this is doing, this is a battle between New York legislators and Connecticut legislators. And at the end of the day, what's happening is that people in the middle are the regular taxpayers who are caught, in this petty battle between state legislatures, and they're the ones who are paying taxes to two different states, often double tax, and they're really getting the short end of the stick here. So while I understand that it's a response to New York, which started doing the bad thing, I don't give any credit to Connecticut for doing the bad thing back.
So is there a chance of double taxation here? If somebody works remotely from Connecticut for a New York company per se, and that's New York income, do they have to pay taxes in both states?
Yeah, I mean that's often the case, because if a state that you're not living in, you're not working in, says that you owe income tax to that state, well, the state you are living in and you are working in, they're going to say you owe income tax too. So, it's obvious which of the two is being the unreasonable one, but it doesn't really help you if you're the taxpayer, because you have that obligation to both states.
Interesting. And now, what states do it right?
Well, states, Indiana, I think is the one. Well, I should say states that have no income tax. This isn't a problem because you can't have income tax liability in a state if there's no income tax there.
Sure.
But states that do, Indiana has adopted 30-day thresholds where they say if you come and you work here for less than 30 days, we're not going to, you don't know anything. You just pay tax to your home state like normal. They've adopted what are called reciprocity agreements, where they just agree with neighboring states that, hey, we're all just going to tax we're all just going to tax people who live here. We're not going to worry about who's coming across state lines. If your residents come and work here, we're not going to tax them. If our residents come and work there, you're not going to tax them. It just simplifies everything. So, states that have done that have really set the standard for, being a lot more friendly and just sort of offering an environment to both, remote workers and businesses and saying, hey, we're not going to harass you over the silly stuff. If you're working here, if you're doing business here, you have a substantial presence, we expect you to pay tax. But if you're traveling, you have a minimal presence here, we're not going to harass you over that. And that doesn't do much to the budget because, like I said, we're talking about really pretty petty amounts of revenue. But at the same time, it tells businesses that they're dealing with people who are reasonable, who are trying to work with them. Unfortunately, that's not the case right now with Connecticut.
Interesting. Andrew Wilford, National Taxpayers Union. Andrew, thank you. Good to chat with you. I'm sure we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. More to watch, folks. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Relatively accident-free across Fairfield County. A lot of volume, though, 25 minutes in either direction. Stamford up to Norwalk, still very heavy. Northbound up by Sherwood Island, Southport, Fairfield. Bridgeport's not too bad on both 95 and the 8 and 25 connector. Parkway jamming a little bit out of New Canaan, High Ridge, and Long Ridge through the rest. Very busy into Westport, Fairfield. Route 8 still with delays up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 84 both directions heavy in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Come out to Yankee Stadium in 2025 to see the New York Yankees in action. On Wednesday, July 30th, when the Yankees host the Tampa Bay Rays, don't miss a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Cowboy Hat Night. The first 18,000 guests 21 and older will receive a Yankees Cowboy Hat presented by Budweiser. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Rays on Yankees Cowboy Hat Night on July 30th. Saddle up. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The Voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. So there you go. Thanks once again, I should say, to our guest, Andrew Wilford, National Taxpayers Union, Interstate Commerce Initiative Director, and Senior Policy Analyst there. So good that we have more folks on from the NTU as well. All right, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Coming up, charter revision into and for the city of Bridgeport. Is it going to happen? And if it happens, will the city of Bridgeport get a stronger, more focused ethics commission or a focus on ethics in the city to try and cut down, a little of the stuff that unfortunately Bridgeport gets a bad rap for? We'll talk about that and more. Want to text me anytime, 203-333-9422. Talk or text WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Wallace. It was a big day on Wall Street. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 closed at record highs thanks to some strong corporate earnings and a better-than-expected reading on retail sales. They were up 0.6% in June after falling in May. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
This report, along with the strong sales from Amazon Prime Days and other retailers, shows that consumers are willing to spend, though they may be getting a little bit more price-sensitive and choosy.
The White House says the recent swelling in President Trump's legs is due to chronic venous insufficiency. Here's CBS News chief medical correspondent Dr. John LaPook.
In general, this is a relatively benign condition by itself. The important thing is you want to make sure that it's not being caused by something serious. And they report that they've ruled out the more serious causes, at least the most common ones. There are some rare causes that they didn't talk about, but for now they're saying that the president is in very good health.
The bill that would cancel $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting is back in the House after the Senate approved it last night. Patrick Quirk is with UNICEF, which stands to lose millions.
A huge hit for UNICEF. The $142 million eradicates core flexible funding UNICEF relies on to respond to disasters, provide nutrition support to starving children.
More lawmakers on Capitol Hill are calling for the release of more files in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Oregon Democratic Senator Ron Wyden.
There is an Epstein file down there at the Treasury Department, and it ought to be used as the foundation for a follow-the-money investigation.
Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma.
This is nothing but political theater. It's so obvious that the Democrats are just using this for a political football.
Attorney General Pam Bondi took a boat ride to Alcatraz in San Francisco Bay today. President Trump has ordered the reopening of the prison, which was closed in 1963 because of its soaring costs. On X, Bondi posted it was a great visit and said, under President Trump, we are making America safe again. ICE is getting access to Medicaid records. Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
This is a huge change. We haven't seen this with prior administrations, but obviously the Trump administration is key on using whatever weapons they can to address what they see as an immigration problem, even if it includes using people's Medicaid information.
Those Medicaid records do include recipients' addresses. Dow is up 229 today. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 33-year-old Bridge Park man has been arrested in connection with a shooting and stabbing in Stamford over a year ago. Police say Martell Ricks is charged with third-degree assault, unlawful restraint, and a weapons offense in connection with the incident in May of last year. One victim was left seriously injured with 3 stab wounds, while the other person was shot in the rear end. Police say others were involved in the incident and more arrests are possible. A 5-year-old boy who was pulled unresponsive from the water at a Shelton park remains hospitalized in stable condition. The child apparently entered the water at Indian Wells State Park on Tuesday and was submerged for an undisclosed amount of time. He was rushed to the hospital and soon afterwards was showing positive signs. Shelton police say there has been no change in the boy's condition, and while he's not out of the woods, they remain hopeful. And reaction continues to pour in regarding the release of Adrian Peeler from federal prison after being granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. At a news conference earlier this morning, Police Chief Roderick Porter expressed his frustration at Peeler's release.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Mayor Joe Ganim also offered input, saying they want answers.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed. If it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
About a half hour northbound at 95 from Stamford up to Norwalk, and then another 40 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport, packed in pretty solid by Sherwood Island. Parkway will cost you about the same, heavy out of High Ridge and Long Ridge roads. Busy getting up to Route 7. You stay slow up to 42 in Westport. Only patchy volume on the Fairfield-Trumbull side. Pretty busy Route 8 up to the bridge in Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow, still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As we continue to bring you reaction to the Adrian Peeler story here. You just heard at top of the hour right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim, Police Chief Roderick Porter reacting to the now release that has happened, the Biden clemency release of a man convicted in the killings of a woman and her 8-year-old son, of course, referring to Adrian Peeler. And as you just heard there, we'll give this to you again. I believe the Mayor Joe Ganim echoing the feelings of a lot of people saying this is just not right.
But this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed. If it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Adrian Peeler, who was convicted for his part in the deaths of a Bridgeport woman and her 8-year-old son decades plus ago, a case that when you bring it up still makes people shudder in disgust and fear. And Chief Roderick Porter also weighing in as well.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Adrian Peeler is now 49. He did serve a 25-year sentence in state prison for charges in connection with the killing of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark, both found slain in their Bridgeport home back in 1999. He was not convicted of the actual killing. That was his brother, Adrian Peeler, who was on death row, but now is living off the taxpayer dime. Thank you very, very much, Governor Dan Malloy. So there you go. That's part of the legacy of the Malloy years. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's just horrible. But here's the bottom line of this. In fact, you know what, Chris? The mayor says something really interesting here. If you could fire that mayor cut for me, go ahead, please. Let's hear from the mayor.
This type of lawlessness was never tolerated then. It is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, answers from those that signed. If it was the president to sign this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Now, he said something interesting there. If the president signed or whatever, there was a little bit of a tacit admission the other day. There was a little bit of a tacit admission the other day that the president did not, Mr. I got to find this, get the exact wording of it. But there was a former official of the Biden White House saying, well, the president doesn't actually pick out what cases he wants to look into. He gives us a broad idea of the stuff he's looking into. Okay, well, then let's take that at face value here. Then let's take that at face value. Do you think that Mr. Biden had any idea of this case? The Adrian Peeler case and the connection with his brother and the woman murdered and her son. I mean, this is just a little odd, isn't it? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't here. Damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I mean, you have a scenario here where if Joe Biden or Joe Biden's top lieutenants know about the Peeler case and the specifics thereof, that's a problem. And if he didn't know about the specifics and the cases thereof, that's a problem. So either way, and again, kudos to Chief Porter, kudos to Mayor Ganim, kudos to Senator Blumenthal saying, when you look at this whole case, something ain't right.
You know Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Twice in the last week, Connecticut has had some kind of localized flash flooding events happen. And I've heard from a lot of you that trees have come down, you lost power. And it's just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. I know a lot of times we want to focus on obviously the good of the summertime, but the reality is we are in a very heightened storm season. And if you are not prepared for it, destruction, damage, and certainly tragedy could follow. I want to introduce you to my friends at K&J Tree Service. I work with them, And I have such peace of mind working with them. In fact, I've had their team come out to my house so many times. Mark came out a couple months ago and did a tree assessment, as I've talked about on the show before, and he was able to identify some troubled trees that needed to be addressed and partially removed just to make sure there was no damage to our home, our property, and certainly wasn't going to hurt me and my family. Don't wait for the next storm to see what happens next. Go to kjtreeservice.com. Book a free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident reported Parkway southbound into New Canaan West. Northbound, it's about 25 minutes to go High Ridge Road up to Route 7 and another 40 minutes from Route 7 getting up to Route 8. 95, not much better, about the same 25 to 30 minutes. Stamford to Norwalk, 40 minutes getting up into Route 8. Route 8 very busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95, some extra company now New Haven County. Parkway, New Haven County, for the most part, looks okay. With Optimum Business, stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month. With 99.9% network reliability, visit Optimum.com/business today. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
One of the things I've been talking about on this program, because I'm very passionate about it, is government making itself better. And maybe recognizing, hey, what we allowed in the past, we should not allow anymore. Well, Bridgeport is trying to do that, as many cities and towns are, and every so often, your city or town may have done it. It's called charter revision. Sometimes you got to update the owner's manual, right? It's going on to the city of Bridgeport right now, and we have the chair and the vice chair of the City of Bridgeport Charter Revision Commission on. Faith Sweeney is the chair, and John Hosier is the vice chair, and I believe we have them both right now. Faith and John, good afternoon. It's Paul. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. Piselli. Good afternoon.
Hey, good to have you with us. All right, Faith, let's start out with you. I guess we have a scenario here now where we are looking at trying to boost or stiffen up or maybe revamp ethics in the city of Bridgeport. Now, I don't care whether it's Bridgeport or anywhere else. I like ethics. Ethics to me are good. I was always taught that way by mom and dad. So what are you trying to achieve here? And I understand there's a meeting coming up on this. So, Faith, tell us about that.
Yes. Part of our charter revision updates is creating an Office of Municipal Ethics. Mm-hmm. And we have a ethics commission already, and they are doing their best. And we want to give more teeth to ethics issues in this city.
Mm-hmm. John, your thoughts on that, and adding to what Faith just said. What are your feelings on the process here that is underway now?
Well, our hope is that they will fund the Office of Municipal Ethics. It's going to be the first and only one ever in the state of Connecticut. Mm. Our thrust is that Bridgeport has always had a black eye. And as a matter of fact, we had some things come out today that put no trust in the city of Bridgeport, and this will be the strongest ethics in the state of Connecticut that we're putting forward. It goes from one paragraph that we have in our charter right now to over 4 pages. Mm-hmm. So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, so John, let me ask the operative question here, because a lot of people are listening saying, Well, who could be against this? And I know there are always some people against something in any city and town, no matter how good it sounds. So are you having a real fight on this? And if so, what's the problem? Break that down for me.
Well, the fight, I believe, is going to be in funding the office itself and having a director. The issue is going to be we don't have the money. But they found the money for a lot of different other things. And what we've lost in regards to our unethical practices is a hell of a lot more than we would, that are just giving us a couple $100,000 or whatever we need to make this happen. They're going to say we don't have the money. And, well, guess what? We don't have the time to waste anymore.
Yeah, Faith, let me ask you, Faith. I mean, this whole thing about not having the monies, is that kind of ring hollow, maybe, as John said here? Is that a kind of thing as, oh, sure, it's money, wink, wink? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that if this is a priority, they will find the money. We can't afford to not have an Office of Municipal Ethics. As John just shared with you, something happened today related to ethical violations. And ethical violations in our city have increased over time. And we need to really go back to thinking about what is ethical behavior as an employee or a public official. And is there training? Are they trained every year on a yearly basis? Are they acknowledging what the code of ethics is every year? And so we want to bring this back so that people are very clear on what is ethical and what is not ethical in government and in service.
And Faith, you and John had just mentioned a bit about something else that popped up today. Is that privileged information, or can you just tell me what you were alluding to there about another ethical problem here?
It was in a newspaper today about an officer getting fired.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was also something in the paper today, I believe it was today, regarding the absentee ballot issues that have happened over the last few years.
Yeah.
So that brings it to me. And if anybody's afraid or not willing to support this ethics, then I'm guessing that they want to be unethical.
Well, no, and guys, Faith, you laugh, and John, but I understand that. I mean, who could, again, it's the question, who could be against this? And don't give me the and I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying rhetorically, don't give me the money aspect of it here. Now, who would lead this office that you'd like to do? How many people would be there? What kind of training would this encounter?
That's to be seen, but it's a professional that's steeped in ethics. It could be a lawyer, retired lawyer. To keep it apolitical, the individual would be appointed by the Ethics Commission.
Okay.
Another thing that we're hoping for, and it's a reach, but the attorney for the Ethics Commission to be separate from the city of Bridgeport. Right now we have in there that the Ethics Commission can ask for an attorney if it deems necessary. But it would be nice to have one completely absent from the administration.
Now, Faith, I understand that there is a meeting coming up. This coming Monday night? Can people go and voice their opinions on this at this meeting?
Yes, they definitely can. It's the City Council is holding a public hearing at 6 p.m. at Lyons Terrace, where any resident can come out, listen to what other people are talking about, and also hear what City Council is going to consider for this charter revision. So
as a matter of fact, Paul, there's their first meeting regarding the commission and its changes is tonight at 6:00 at City Hall. It's with the council members.
Oh, okay. All right. Excellent. Well, listen, what's your gut feeling? Let me ask both of you here. If you had to look into your crystal ball, Faith, I'll start with you. Is this commission going to happen or not? What do you think?
The commission is already in place.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. The office, I'm sorry, yeah.
actually at one of our meetings, many of the city council members did support having an office.
Mm-hmm.
So I am hopeful that we can get this established. And the funding piece is really important. We do need to have the funding, and that's where I'm a little bit unsure. And I am just hoping that they will make this a priority because Bridgeport needs to remove the black eye.
John, what do you think? What's your gut feeling, John, as we wrap up here?
This is going to happen because we're not going to let it not happen, the bottom line.
All right, looking for a Bridgeport Office of Ethics and a strengthened ethics commission with teeth. So boost the commission and establish a new office. Great stuff here. We've been talking to Bridgeport Charter Revision Commission Chair Faith Sweeney and the Vice Chair John Hosier. Faith, John, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you
sir.
so much, and good luck. Thanks, folks. Appreciate it. So the public hearing is this coming Monday night, 6 o'clock, Bridgeport City Council. So check that out. If as they both said, if we would like Bridgeport to kind of escape this mantra of being, oh yeah, that city.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound, some delays off of High Ridge, Long Ridge Road, a heavy wave, New Canaan Rest up to 38, very heavy into Westport. Fairfield side, really not too bad. 95's busy both directions, still Norwalk down to Stamford. That's the heavier of the two roadways. In through Westport, 95 jam pretty solid too, from 17 all the way up into exit 24 into Fairfield. Route 8 still busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge, 95 in the Parkway, not all that bad into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Experience the range-topping dual-motor all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
Who should you trust when it comes to your biggest investment? Someone local who's invested in the community and you. I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate, and we're a family-owned business and have been serving the area since 1986. At Carbuty Real Estate, whether you need a cash offer or a more traditional listing, we're always the right place for you. Call me, Jonathan Carbuty, at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smooth When you call Car Beauty, go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. We got an update on President Trump's swollen legs this afternoon. More from CBS News chief medical correspondent Dr. John LaPook.
The White House announced that the president has chronic venous insufficiency. And before getting to that diagnosis, you have to make sure that there's not some other serious condition. And they said that they ruled out any problem with his heart, any problem with his kidneys, or any blood clots in the veins.
The White House says it's a benign condition, common in people over 70, and the president is in no discomfort. How do you treat chronic venous insufficiency?
The mainstay is elevation of the legs to help the blood return to the heart. And also you can have compression stockings that go from the knee down 20 to 30 millimeters, and that helps sort of push the blood back into the veins.
The White House explained the bruising on the president's hand was caused by a lot of hand shaking and the aspirin he takes as part of his cardiovascular health regimen. CBS News special report. I'm Michael Wallace.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Reaction continues to pour in regarding the release of Adrian Peeler from federal prison after being granted clemency by former President Biden right before he left office. Peeler was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the 1999 killings of 8-year-old Leroy B.J. Brown and his mother, Karen Clark. The child was a witness to a murder that was committed by Peeler's brother, Russell. Adrian Peeler was not convicted of murder and previously completed the 25-year sentence for conspiracy. At a news conference earlier this morning, Police Chief Roderick Porter expressed his frustration at Peeler's release.
If there's some way that this could be reversed, it needs to be reversed. This is not what our criminal justice system is about. It's not what we expect as a community. We expect individuals to be held accountable for their acts proportionately and responsibly.
Mayor Joe Ganim also offered input, saying they want answers.
So this type of lawlessness was never tolerated then and is not tolerated now. So we're demanding answers from the federal government, demand answers from those that signed. If it was the president that signed this, if he delegated that authority illegally to someone else, we want to investigate in the answers. And if this can be stopped, the return of this individual back to the city of Bridgeport, we want to stop that.
Biden granted Peeler clemency from a federal drug conviction in January. A Bridgeport police officer who has been arrested multiple times in the last year has been fired by the department. Donnie Soto was arrested in Bridgeport and Derby on charges that include harassment and stalking. Police Chief Roderick Porter is confirming that Soto was terminated this week after an internal investigation and an administrative hearing. It was found that Soto violated multiple department procedures and policies relating to conduct. A West Haven man has been arrested and charged with stealing wheels off vehicles at a car dealership in Westport. Police say 23-year-old Daryl Rodriguez took the rims and tires from 3 vehicles at Honda of Westport on Post Road East in October of last year. The vehicles were later found suspended on milk crates with the wheels missing. Rodriguez is charged with second-degree larceny and conspiracy and is free after posting a $75,000 bond. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is warning that the water in some state parks may be contaminated with a toxic algae bloom. The algae is a naturally occurring microscopic organism that presents as a bright green circle on the surface of the water and can cause itching if it comes into contact with the skin. If ingested, the algae can cause gastrointestinal issues and even liver damage in severe cases. The red-spotted lanternfly is back in Connecticut, and the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is asking residents to kill it on site and report where you see them. The invasive insect has been in Connecticut for several years now and is very harmful to local trees and fruit crops, particularly vineyards. The Shelton Fire Department says an off-duty police officer rescued a person from a burning car on Monday. Fire department officials say they got the call just before 11 a.m. Monday and found a car on its side with heavy fire coming from the vehicle. Officials say off-duty Shelton police officer Roger Falcone happened to be on scene and was able to remove the occupant from the vehicle before they were injured. The department says if not for Falcone's quick action, the outcome could have been, quote, significantly different. The extreme heat and humidity continued today in Connecticut. The National Weather Service has continued a heat advisory for much of the state until tonight. The service warns that the conditions could cause heat-related illnesses with temperatures in the 90s and a heat index of around 100 degrees. Medical experts, including Dr. Listy Thomas, are also reminding parents and pet owners to not leave anyone behind in a parked car.
There is no safe amount of time. The statistics say more than just a couple of minutes because the temperature inside the car rises much more than the temperature outside. And so if it's like 95 degrees outside, in 15 minutes, it'll reach 115 degrees inside the car.
Cooler air will move into the region tomorrow with highs expected to be around 85 degrees. And a Connecticut teacher is now in the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest career as a science teacher. Kenneth Savage taught science for 55 years before retiring this past June, and his daughter, Sarah, has been working behind the scenes to surprise him with the world record announcement. WFSB Channel 3 spoke with Sarah about the announcement.
And it was a lot of fun. It was kind of a fun, almost a joke it started as. And then the more we thought about it, the more we realized how exciting that would be for him.
The 76-year-old Savage plans to spend his retirement with family, particularly with his two granddaughters who are studying education and STEM. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound, some delays off of High Ridge, Long Ridge Road, a heavy wave, New Canaan Rest up to 38, very heavy into Westport. Fairfield side really not too bad. 95's busy both directions, still Norwalk down to Stamford. That's the heavier of the two roadways. In through Westport, 95 jam pretty solid too from 17 all the way up into exit 24 into Fairfield. Route 8 still busy into the Commodore Hull Bridge, 95 in the Parkway, not all that bad into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones a little bit later on before we wrap up here. A new poll out there. Boy, the Democrats are in trouble. Tell you that. Show you those numbers momentarily. Joining us right now, Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson, one of the Republican caucus members who are pointing out that Connecticut has this Trust Act, and we talked about this early on, that may stand in the way, hopefully not, but it may stand in the way of Homeland Security and ICE getting rid of an illegal alien here in the state who almost killed, thankfully didn't, but almost killed a couple of state police troopers the other night in Enfield. Rob Sampson, how are you, sir? How you been?
I am well, Paul, and thanks for covering this story. Boy, this one really gets to you.
Yeah, and I guess to their credit, the Current and a couple of other outlets are asking the governor, asking Bob Duff, asking Marty Looney, hey, what do you people have to say on this? Now, Rob, break this down. I did this earlier in the show. Break this down for my listeners here. You have this 18-year-old illegal who, thank God, didn't kill a couple of state troopers. One was hurt more than the other, but they're all going to be okay. But now the story may take a twist because of what's called the Trust Act. So explain that for my listeners. Frankly, many of whom, Rob, when I explained this earlier in the show, they couldn't believe what I was telling them.
Right. Well, first and foremost, our thoughts and prayers go out to the two officers involved, and we certainly hope that they are going to be okay. The Trust Act is a policy put into effect in Connecticut back in 2013, but the bigger issue is that it was expanded dramatically in 2019 by Connecticut Democrats. Over my objections in the Senate, I debated this bill for many, many hours, and basically what it does is it allows people that are in the country illegally, even if they have criminal backgrounds, even if they are wanted by police, even if they are suspected of terrorism or on the no-fly list or known gang members, things like that, they are actually protected by Connecticut law from federal immigration officials. It is one of the most unbelievable policies we have in the state of Connecticut. It's something that I have been harping on for many, many years, beginning in 2019 when I coined the term super sanctuary state to describe just how bad our policy is compared to even other crazy places like California.
Now, DHS, Rob, according to the versions of this that I have read, and you've probably seen a couple of the TV stations anyway, are reporting that DHS, I guess they say they've already contacted state officials here, about maybe if this is true, maybe deporting this 18-year-old. Now, has the state said anything back? And would they, do you think, as they have in other cases here, this wouldn't be a first-time case, would they stand in the way of this, Rob, do you think, or not?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we have a history going back since the dawn of the Trust Act in the state of Connecticut of basically blocking any local or state law enforcement officials from communicating with federal immigration authorities to aid in the deportation of a illegal alien, criminal or otherwise. And what I wanted to say about that is that just this past year, the Democrats actually doubled down on this policy, and they expanded it so it's not even just law enforcement officials, it's any state employee, and I think it actually includes municipal employees too, all forbidden. You cannot cooperate with federal immigration authorities. Basically, what they're doing is they're saying we are going to ignore federal immigration law. We are going to stand in the way of the Trump administration and their desire to restore sense at our borders.
This young man, this 18-year-old, state police say he was driving his 2010 Acura TXS north when he hit a puddle of water in the left lane, lost control of the vehicle, 91 north on July 10th. Around 7:30, the Acura spun out of control across multiple lanes toward the scene of a multi-vehicle crash that had occurred near exit 47 WA up in the north part of Enfield there. So along with allegedly, Rob, being in the country illegally here, you've got somebody who was speeding. Now, his attorney, I guess, said, well, he was only doing about 65. The cops say he was doing more, but that's immaterial. And, Rob, I hope this doesn't happen, but I wonder if they're going to try and make a celebrity out of this kid. You already heard from, I guess, his public defender or a lawyer saying the arraignment, well, he doesn't have a criminal record. Well, so what? I mean, that's not the issue here, is it?
Right, and he was also obviously driving without a license, despite the fact that the Connecticut Democrats have gone so far as to offer driver's licenses to people that are in the country unlawfully. I mean, this is what this is really all about. This is just yet another incident that occurred in our state where we have state police officers that are in danger of their lives because of policies put on the books on party lines by Connecticut Democrats with zero respect for the rule of law. I mean, what kind of message is this to send to people that are leaving their own countries, that you can come here, you can drive without a license, you can speed on our highways, there's no repercussions for anything. And and your listeners, I'm sure, they drive on the highway just like you and I do, and I'm sure they're watching, lawlessness on a day-to-day basis. That's what's happening in our society, and a lot of it is based on policies being put in place at the government level that are basically weakening our laws, weakening the rule of law across the board, and encouraging bad acts and bad behavior, including inviting illegal aliens to come here and commit their crimes.
Amazing. Rob Sampson. Rob, thank you. Keep up the heat with the people in the caucus there. We'll be in touch. Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thanks so much.
All right, there you go. Rob Sampson there, Republican State Senate member. So we will see. We will see as this case moves along. I guess the next court date for this young man who's, and they're calling him a teen. Come on, you folks in the media. He's 18. He's an adult. At least here in the U.S. he is. But again, we're talking about this 18-year-old. 18 years old, a couple of days ago, driving at an excessive speed, and by the way, thank you for Rob for bringing that up. Yeah, didn't have a license either. So we have to keep an eye on this case because we don't know whether the state police, local police, municipal agents, they are forbidden from cooperating with the federal government. If the feds come in and say, hey, we want to deport this guy. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. All right, open phones the rest of the way. Got some poll numbers for you coming up right here on WICC.
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at therudinreport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Step up to the plate and add your favorite players to your lineup with Prize Picks. The best place to cash in on your favorite sports? The app is simple. Pick more or less on at least two players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code ROAM and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly. When you play $5, win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Lost one or more teeth to gum disease, tooth decay, or an injury? Downtown Dental can help with top-notch care to get your healthy and beautiful smile back. And at the lowest price around, guaranteed. Get dental implants for $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day. Get the best quality at the guaranteed lowest price you will only find at Downtown Dental. With offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, or West Haven, dental implants just $999. Visit downtowndentalct.com.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of Abits.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create Abits. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident reported off to the shoulder near Sherwood Island. Still very busy, though, out of Stamford, Greenwich. And then once you get into Westport, it's about 40 minutes to get up into Bridgeport. Parkway about the same. Still some heavy pockets from New Cane in both directions. Slam pretty heavy from right around Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8 still a little bit busy into the bridge. No overnight construction setting up yet. Expect that after 6 o'clock. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild this evening and tonight with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest late. Sunny, less humid tomorrow. Still warm with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, talk or text. Boy, another lousy poll if you're a Democrat. And I don't say this with any glee. You're always pounding on the Democrats. No, because if the Democratic Party is centered and well-functioning, that means you don't get the sickos on the right. And if the Republican Party is centered and well-functioning, that means you don't get the nut jobs on the left. 203-333-9422. Voters' job approval for Democrats in Congress reaches another record low. Since the Quinnipiac poll began asking this question to registered voters back in 2009, right, 16 years ago, 19% of voters approve of the way Democrats in Congress are handling their job. 72% disapprove, 10% did not offer an opinion. The previous low in the Quinnipiac poll was 21% in polls in June 11th and February 19th. How is that possible? How is that possible that the members of the party of FDR, JFK, LBJ, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, 19%. Now, I know what they're going to say. Well, it's not that we hate Democrats, we don't like Congress. Yeah, well, guess what? You elected them. Among Republicans, 77% approve of the way Republicans in Congress are handling their job, 20% disapprove, and 3% did not offer an opinion. But man, oh man. See, this is why you're going to get a lot of these Zohran Mamdani types that are going to run for Congress. It's nuts. 19% approve of the way Democrats in Congress are handling their job. 72% disapprove, 10% did not offer an opinion. And that's the electorate en masse, 19%. But even among Democrats, it's only 39%. Yikes. 1/3 of voters, 33% approve of Republicans. 62% disapprove. Now look, 33% ain't nothing to write home about, but I'd rather be there than 19%. Yikes. Whew. Roughly half of voters, 49%, said they would consider joining a third party. I'm telling you, it's coming. 49% say they would consider joining a third party. I would. 45% say they would not consider joining a third party. So there you go. A bipolar electorate we have there. Todd in Shelton. Todd, how are you, sir?
Hi, Mr. Pacelli. You're doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Todd. What's on your mind?
That 18-year-old kid, he got to go. He's supposed to be over here becoming a good citizen and setting an example, and he almost kills our police officers. He's got to go. And the Peeler kid, I hope the kid goes to church and turns his life around and tells the young kids from Bridgeport not to go with the gangs. Maybe he could do some good to the community.
Maybe. Yeah, just tell him don't do what I did, right? Maybe that would be the thing.
Right.
Yeah. Todd, thank you. Always good to hear from you. Yeah, I mean, people, and what do did the mayor say that they have, that they think he's around here? I got to go back and listen to that. Man, oh man. Yeah, there. And look, Trump had too many pardons too. This pardon process is it's done for political reasons. Hey, I'm going to look great on the way out. No, a pox on both their houses. The only reason you should get a pardon is if there was real sleazy stuff done by your defense attorney, or you had a lousy defense attorney, or somebody on the jury was on the take, or there was prosecutorial misconduct. You know, it's almost like, and it's not per se, but to me, it's almost like these pardons are like award shows. Hey, who's going to win this year? And yes, I'm sure there are people who deserve clemency or a pardon, or however you want to put it. But a lot of these people, I mean, Adrian Peeler, why? Now, he served the part of the his sentence for the killings, but this was on a drug charge. So why did he get time cut off of that? What was the what's the word I'm looking for? What was the crushing or the impending reason this had to happen? I don't know. Bill in Fairfield's with us. Bill, hello. How are you?
Good, Paul. Yeah, I remember back in the day seeing the peelers on Hawthorne Street in Bridgeport laid out on the front lawn getting arrested. That was 25 years ago. I can't believe that. Yeah, that kid's got to go. But you know what? Back in the day, Paul, about the politicians and the trust and the 30% here and there. Back in the day, if you were called a liar and a cheater, you took that personally, and you tried. Now it's a calling card for being a politician.
Not anymore.
On both sides.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. I'm telling you, buddy, it's a sad fact that that they don't care what their constituents think.
We need Bill, and I do have to run, but thank you, sir. Appreciate the time. We need a third party. We need younger people, because you get these old fossils, and I say that with all the love in my heart. They're fossils. You should not be in Congress in your late 60s already, because I'm almost there. 70s or 80s. No, stop it. But you know what they say? It's incumbency, and if you get rid of the incumbents, then you go to the back of the line. Final thoughts, Jack in Stamford. Jack, go.
Yeah, Ganim. He's complaining about somebody getting a pardon, huh? And he kind of sought one himself, didn't he?
Yeah, but I don't think Joe Ganim was quite. Yeah, but he wasn't involved in what the Peelers were doing. Come on.
Hey, we don't know that.
Yeah, come on. We know that.
They weren't either. The guy did his time, and the other guy didn't get caught. I'm not at it, but it's just Ganim on this stuff. Where were these guys complaining all the time before? And now it's a Biden thing. Nobody knew who did this. Poor kid and everything. But
yeah, I know.
And hey, that's a good idea about maybe telling people not to do the crime and do what I did. We could call a film "Scared Straight." That did a lot of good.
Well, they don't want to do that anymore. Jack, thank you. Can you imagine those guys screaming at those kids? Now, I remember watching that. I was freaked out a little bit. I don't know. Does that still happen? Do they? I mean, you don't want to bring kids in, or do you? I don't know. I don't know. Scared Straight. It was actually on TV a few times too. You see those kids, man. They were crying. They were scared. Well, it probably scarred them for the rest of their lives. Jeez. But then again, what is that old phrase again? Fear is life's greatest motivator. Yes, yes. Let's wrap it up. Traffic and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, still not out of the woods yet. Heavy waves in through Stamford, Darien, still about 35 to 40 minutes. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway northbound, patching in through New Canaan, still very heavy into 41, 42. Easing out Fairfield side, Route 8, still heavy pockets to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Expect the construction through Ansonia up into Seymour after 6:30 tonight. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the low 70s. The wind shifting out of the northwest after midnight. Sunny and warm, less humid tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lee Ganem, that garden guy from Ganem's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bearers a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, that, boys and girls, ladies and gents, puts a cap on it, I think, here. But again, if you have any idle thoughts, those are the best kind sometimes. The idle thoughts are not in forward or reverse. You're just idling there. Clutches out. 203-333-9422. You can text us at that number. I may not see the text immediately, but it'll be there when I log on to our text screen the next day. And, of course, email, that's still there. That's not going anywhere or anyway. Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, as in Mr. Revere, Mr. Newman, Mr. Giamatti. I can think of a few more, but I won't. Paul, P-A-U-L, at voiceofct.com. All right, coming up, let's see, it's tomorrow, so that means our pal, Chris Caruso will be with us in the 5 o'clock hour, amongst and around everything else that happens on the docket for tomorrow. Chris Williams, thank you for all your fantabulous work today. News coming up. Have a great night.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Michael Wallace, the House Rules Committee is expected to take up the Senate version of the bill to claw back $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting. Kathy Smith is a retired teacher in Wisconsin who donates and listens to National Public Radio.
I'm afraid they're going to destroy it, and then it's going to take years and years to bring it back to where it has been.
House Democrats may try to delay the vote with amendments tied to the Jeffrey Epstein controversy. For the White House, it's a controversy that won't go away.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the Trump administration has been transparent.
It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did.
The Democrats, she suggested, were being disingenuous by demanding release of those files.
Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein.
Some high-profile Republicans have also demanded the release of the files, with some calling for a special prosecutor to investigate. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
We got an update on President Trump's swollen legs today. More from CBS News chief medical contributor Dr. John LaPook.
The White House announced that the president has chronic venous insufficiency. And before getting to that diagnosis, you have to make sure that there's not some other serious condition. And they said that they ruled out any problem with his heart, any problem with his kidneys, or any blood clots in the veins.
ICE will now have access to Medicaid records, including recipients' addresses. Mark Jones is a political science fellow at Rice University.
It's going to create this impression within the undocumented immigrant community that if you do seek medical care, that it could actually put you on ICE's radar and lead to your deportation.
An Israeli strike on Gaza's only Catholic church killed 3 people. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt
He called Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning to address the strikes on that church in Gaza, and I understand the Prime Minister agreed to put out a statement. It was a mistake by the Israelis to hit that Catholic church.
Pope Leo renewed his call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Steve Miller is canceling his North American tour, which was supposed to kick off next month. He's citing the recent flooding, tornadoes, extreme heat, and other severe weather. Miller says the risks to his band and fans are unacceptable. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 closed at record highs today on a surprise rebound in retail sales in June, as well as strong corporate earnings. The NASDAQ rose 155 points. The S&P was up 33. Dow gained 229. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
You're listening to a Melissa in the Morning Rewind. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Less than a week after a not guilty verdict, prosecutors just refiled charges against Raul Valley. The state failed to secure a conviction against him on more serious charges following a deadly fight in May of 2022 where 17-year-old Jimmy McGrath lost his life. Joining us back on the show, legal expert attorney Bill Bloss, who again has nothing to do with the case but gives us great perspective and insight on these cases and this latest chapter in the Valley story. Welcome back, Attorney Bloss. Let's start with, why would the state refile these charges?
Well, it's really, honestly, just a paperwork operation. The jury deadlocked on all of the non-intentional charges, the reckless manslaughter, the reckless assault. So the state is just, all the state did was refile the charges, removing the charges that the jury found Valley not guilty on and maintaining the charges that the jury deadlocked on. So it's really just an administrative thing. They are going to proceed with the reckless manslaughter case, which is still a serious case, but it's just cleaning up the pleadings.
Okay, so when we hear that they refiled, as you mentioned, reckless manslaughter in the first degree, it looks like the 2 counts of assault in the first degree reckless and the assault in the second degree reckless. In those last 2 I mentioned, it had to do with the other 3 teenagers who were stabbed that night. Do you think we're going to see a trial again?
Oh, anybody who has a house should bet their house on it. There's going to be a trial or a plea bargain. That the state is not going to drop these charges. Especially not after the foreman. I gave an interview. I don't know if you saw it, but the foreman gave an interview to, I think, the Hearst newspapers and said that they had deadlocked 11-1 in favor of conviction on reckless manslaughter. So this is not a situation where the state has second thoughts about proceeding.
So this was essentially, I didn't see that. Thank you for that update, Attorney Bloss. So essentially that 11-1, we did get clarity that it was 11 who did feel strong enough to convict him, but 1 did not.
Correct. On the reckless manslaughter, not the intentional,
right.
Or the murder. But
wow.
Yeah, well, obviously the murder, he was acquitted. But yeah, and you know, when we talked last time about this case, the discussion centered around what was the intent, and that's in fact what the jury kind of the road they went down. They found that the requirement of intent to murder was not present. But 11 of them felt that there was a reckless indifference to human life, which is the basis for a manslaughter in the first degree conviction. If 12 people come to that conclusion.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, and again, we have Attorney Bill Bloss here, who's our legal expert on the show. At the end of the day, Bill, he did admit on the stand that that he did stab 4 people. I mean, he did. So we knew that he did. Right. But it would just, I understood, obviously, the intent was to kind of figure out the degree of which he would spend time behind bars. But the fact of the matter is he did admit to stabbing 4 people, killing one of them. So the idea of him just walking and not doing time behind bars, I didn't see really where that would be realistic, I guess. But what does reckless manslaughter even mean typically? I mean, if we are to do this again, we do this trial again, you get a new jury. What does that mean?
Well, it's a Class B felony, and it can mean up to I believe it's 20 years in prison. I mean, if he's convicted of reckless manslaughter, he's looking at a prison sentence. That's clearly the case. Actually, it may be a 40-year sentence as I think about it. I think it's a Class B felony, so it's 1 to 40 years. So it's not. As I told your colleague Paul Pacelli last week, he is not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. He's still looking at a very long prison sentence if he's convicted, and he almost was convicted. Now, he wasn't convicted of murder, which is a huge advantage, but he's still in serious jeopardy right now, and if it's correct, as the foreman reported, that there are 11 people that wanted to convict him of first-degree manslaughter, that's still a serious charge. It's not. He may not get 40 years, but you're not going to get probation on a first-degree manslaughter. It's just, that's just highly unlikely.
So to kind of prepare ourselves, obviously, Attorney Bloss, we don't know when this will happen, but as you said, if you have a house, I'd bet the house on it. So if we see a trial again, and are we essentially going to see the exact same thing play out like we just did, just a different jury?
Yeah, it's exactly. Melissa, you're 100% right. It is like a rerun of trial one.
That's
everybody will. Yeah. Oh, listen. I retried a murder case years ago, a hung jury, and then retried it. The second trial was maybe one of the worst experiences I've had as a lawyer. Everybody was just kind of reading their lines. If I hate to put it that way, but there were no surprises. The energy was different. It was awful. And as a lawyer now, and for the family of the victims, it's going to be very, very hard. For the family of the defendant, it's going to be very hard. No, a retrial is just not. It's not the best experience for anybody. It's awful.
Now, Attorney Bloss, do immunity deals still stand?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So any of the witnesses who testified under an immunity deal, they still have it. And so I'd be very confident they're going to testify similarly or identically to what they testified to in the first trial.
Do you feel like they're going to change their game plan, or do you literally see every single person that we saw in this trial taking the stand again?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some tinkering around the edges. But in terms of the main witnesses, the main people who saw the stab, ex-girlfriend, they're all going to testify again. It's not going to be a materially different trial. And it's very hard to second guess the prosecution's case because, look, it was a serious case and they treated it seriously. The defense did a good job. The decision to put Valley on the stand to testify, in retrospect, was a really good decision because it seems like it raised some doubt in the jury about what Valley's intent was. And so, it's going to be, it's basically going to be a rerun of the first trial, with some, I'm sure everybody's going to make some changes. Will Valley testify again? Almost certainly, because now his transcript from the first trial would be admissible in the second trial. The state will be able to use that testimony in its case in chief to establish that he did the stabbing. So, he's got no reason to not to testify in the second trial. So, it is going to be essentially the same, and it'll be a different jury, obviously, and it will be. I think probably it will not be retried this summer. I think the chances of that are almost zero. It will take a long time again to select a jury, and now it's going to take longer because of all the publicity that the first trial got. So it's going to be harder to get a jury. Now it's only a jury of 6, by the way, for a manslaughter case, as opposed to 12 for a murder case. So it'll be easier in that they don't have to get as many jurors, but they also it's going to be hard to find people that don't know something about it and don't have an opinion about it.
In an age where the entire trial is available online to stream, Bill, I'm curious how much of a challenge it's going to be to find a fair jury.
Well, it's going to be a big challenge. It's